72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Where is cards green? Right for where is cards green? He got there! Oh. Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Labby with a pop-off, well deserved. He stays in for another series.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another day of America's Grandmasters. It's Saturday of the week number 3, which is the final week of the regular season here for season 1. And my name's TJ, and I'm joined by Lorinda. Lorinda, how you doing today, buddy?
Doing good. Been watching all the other day, mostly. The best. Saying goodbye to some people.
You know, I don't know if it's just me, but you seem to be cutting out. Is it just me? I don't know if we can get more if it's just me. Could it just be me? Whatever. Neil, don't talk for a second until we do get confirmation. But oh, I've wanted to do that for so long. Is tell Neil to stop talking for a second. But yeah, we have week number 3 here of the regular season, which is the final week. Final chance for players to earn points. We are playing Last Hero Standing. And Last Hero Standing is pretty unique compared to what we normally get to see with Conquest and the like. And basically, when you lose with the deck, it's eliminated from contention. And that adds a sort of a counter queue element where you always know what your opponent's going to be queuing in the next match, assuming you lost, which gives you some opportunities to try and counter it. So we've seen some different strategies emerge. We've also seen some players try to leave decks up like Druid and Weapon Rogue and have it come back to bite them. So curious to see what is going to happen today as we're starting to narrow down the field just a little bit. We do have a good amount of strategies today. Not a lot of strategies today, but I would say a good amount of strategies today. So it should be a pretty fun day of Hearthstone action as Neil tries to frantically reconnect or figure out what's going on. But Neil, are you back? No? Okay. Cool. And then, yeah, there's the prize pool. I don't know what else to say about Last Hero Standing, so we're going to talk about the prize pool. And I don't know what to do when it's in a situation where Neil's not here to tell me how much money you earn per win. Luckily, I can do the math. It's $500 per win. That's right. Players start out with $650. Now that we're in week 3, however, the final week of the regular season, the last chance to earn points, what's really on the player's mind is those points. Last chance to qualify for playoffs. Last chance to secure that spot for a top 4 to make it into the Grandmasters last call. So it's a big deal today as we start to get to a situation where players are going to start to be eliminated from top 8 contention. Players are going to start to clinch top 8 contention and things like that. Neil and I will be trying to update you throughout the day to see who's going to be locking that spot. We did come into the week with Fled just needing to make it out of groups in order to secure a top 2 seed. While he did lose to Frozen in his match yesterday, he's still locked in for that top 2 seed and probably locked into the top seed as well. The only way that he would lose that top seed if Frozen gets it. But there's the points. We are currently at the stage of 5th through 8 since we will be playing out all the quarterfinals today. So every player that's made it to this stage has earned at least 2 points for the week. And just by winning this one match today, they move up to a total of 3 points. And because we have a shortened season of only 3 weeks of a regular season plus a 4th week of playoffs, every week counts. Every win counts in the points department. And right now we have a huge jumble of players that we'll show in a moment once we get to the standings that are around that 4 to 5 point range. So while the top 4 is a little bit more solidified, or at least the top 2 is a little bit more solidified, the rest of the field is quite entrenched. I don't even know if that's correct. Entrenched with players. That sounds right. We'll go with entrenched. But taking a look at what happened yesterday, started things off with Language Hacker versus DimitriKazov. 2 players that have had a decent season thus far, but not great seasons. And so both of these players were coming in with almost a must-win situation. I think if either of those players were eliminated from Language Hacker, it was a guaranteed no top 8 as he waved goodbye. Last time we'll be seeing him in Grandmasters. DimitriKazov stayed alive and was able to get through. Then we move over to Kalis Luna versus killinallday. killinallday came into this week with 0 points. And so it was basically win or bust for this week for killinallday. And even with a win, is still going to need some help because he did win. Spoiler alert. Because he did win, is still going to need some help in order to make it into that top 8. But that seems to be the MO of killinallday. Always gets very close, barely scrapes by just at the end. So we'll be keeping our eye on killinallday as he plays in the first match. After that, we moved over to Pascoa versus NoHandsGamer, one of the 2 weapon rogue sweeps of our day yesterday. Pascoa had queued into some pretty unfavorable matches with the weapon rogue, but played to his outs brilliantly and barely squeaked by. This was the most impressive one. If there's any game that I feel like you should watch, I feel like it's that game 2, Pascoa versus NoHandsGamer, because every mana ended up mattering in that game. Every single play that Pascoa did maximized his odds to get through, overcoming a Bloom plus Wildpaw Caverns, which is a very tough thing to get over. So NoHandsGamer won't be playing today. He was eliminated, but Pascoa looking to move even further up in the standings after coming into today with a guaranteed 6 total points, which is a good spot to be. Then, of course, we moved over to Fled versus Frozen. Fled had already secured a top 2 spot just with his first win at the group stage, which is good because he did not have a good series going up against Frozen this match. Frozen was able to take that series in pretty quick fashion. And now Frozen, who's currently in that 2nd spot, can lock in the 2nd spot, guaranteed 2nd seed with a win over Pun today, I do believe. A small chance that it could come down to tiebreakers, but Frozen's win rate overall, because of how he's finished, is quite good. And so I'd be confident that he would get tiebreakers over a lot of other players. So there's the lineup for today. GamerRvg versus killinallday to start things off. Then Pun versus Frozen, McBanterFace versus DimitriKazov, and NoHandsGamer versus Pascoa. The players to watch for the most part today are the players that came in towards the bottom of the standings, which there was a good amount of them. GamerRvg, killinallday, Pun, NoHandsGamer, all coming in with 2 or less points. And so they need to make some deep runs in the playoffs this weekend in order to have a shot at making it into that top 8. So pretty high stakes matches of Hearthstone. We don't really have anything set in stone just because a lot of players that were at the top of the standings coming into this week, notably Dreadeye and Monsanto, who had some fantastic weeks in weeks 1 and 2, actually O2'd their group. So at 5 points they came into the week, they didn't earn any more and don't have any opportunity to earn any more. That opened up some opportunities for some of the players that were at 0, 1, 2, 3 points to really move up a lot in the standings and can open up some top 8 spots and some top 4 spots as the weekend progresses. So lot to look out for today, a lot to keep our eyes on today. And now, because this is a TJ only cast, I guess I can just talk about whatever I want. I don't have to listen to anybody else, which is great. This is new for me. Let's start talking about the first matchup, which is going to be GamerRvg versus killinallday. talked about both these players' place in the standings coming into the week. And both players were kind of in a situation where they absolutely had to win. GamerRvg was in a little bit of a better spot. Now has guaranteed 2 points. Got 2 points in week 1, so made it to a quarterfinal. 1 point in week 2, so came in with 3. So now is guaranteed 5. So currently is in that cut for the top 8. So a win here would all but solidify it. Given the only way he could get knocked out is if he loses in the semifinals and McBanterFace and NoHandsGamer, one of the two actually make it. Yeah, Neil will be right back. He's having some technical issues. But killinallday was the big one. Coming in the week at 0 points, now is guaranteed 2. Even if killinallday wins the tournament this week, he would come in at 5 points, which he would have to rely on McBanterFace, NoHandsGamer, and Pun all losing, which Pun he would beat in the semifinals, and he'd have to also have NoHandsGamer lose in the quarterfinals. So it's a big ask for killinallday to have a shot at the playoffs, but it's possible. And we saw him in nearly the exact same position in last season, except it wasn't to actually make it to playoffs. It was just to avoid relegation. Pretty much nobody's avoiding relegation at this point. In fact, killinallday is now locked out of the top 4 because top 4 currently is 6 points and above. So killinallday, this will be, unless he has great performances in the last 2 Masters tours and qualifies into last call that way, this will be the last Grandmaster that killinallday will participate in. But still has a chance to qualify for playoffs, which means he keeps that hopes of another world championship since he has competed before alive. Taking a look at GamerRvg coming in this season as a new Grandmaster. It's competed in a lot of Master tours and a decent record. With a 55%, which is quite good. Orgrimmar was sort of the big breakout that gave him his big chunk of points that he needed to actually get into Grandmasters, going in 7-2 at that event. And like I mentioned, had 5 points coming into the day today, so 5 points at the start of today. So in a decent spot, especially with a win, would move up to 6 points, which puts him in that range of even top 4. So GamerRvg could even get a last call spot if he keeps on winning throughout the weekend, and some of the players that he absolutely needs to lose keep losing. So GamerRvg, one of the players I'd say competing today that's in a better spot. But you saw the lineup there real quick. GamerRvg playing a quest-heavy lineup with Quest Rogue, the Quest Fell Demon Hunter, and of course this deck that he's going to be queuing first, the Quest Hunter. Seems to be a pretty standard build of it, as we've seen. Carrion Studies, that one is sometimes thrown in there, sometimes not. It does just give you that extra little bit of oomph. Obviously, Drekthar in this deck has a ton of power, specifically in against decks where the Rushrot Viper is not really going to come in handy. You have a chance to pull those out of your deck so that you're, have better quality draws overall. And just a big burst of power on the board to try and get some damage in early on. But the 2 cards highlighted there, Dragonbane Shot and Furious Howl, do give the deck a little bit smoother of a feel. Easier quest completion if you can get honorable kill on Dragonbane Shot even just once. And then Furious Howl for that pretty potent reload, which is something that Quest Hunter struggled with in the past, has really kind of shot this deck up in value. And I think being underrated by a lot of players. We do have quite a bit of Quest Hunter throughout the day today. I think 3 or 4 Quest Hunters still left in the field. And there he is, the man himself, killinallday. Will this be his year? Probably not. But I think I've said that many times before, and it's turned out to be his year, just like every other year. 3rd season of Grandmasters. Has competed at a World Championship, which is still something that not a ton of players can put in their resume, compete at a World Championship. And it's getting less and less. Maybe not this year, but in the past few years, it's been only 8 players competing at a World Championship. Now, this year being expanded to 16 once again. and has just kind of been around for a while, always doing what feels like just well enough to kind of stay in a conversation for one of the top players in the Americas. Has consistently performed year after year, but is outside of his World Championship run 2019, has never really made like a huge splash in the scene. So still looking for that. killinallday going to be opening with the Owl Warlock to start things off, a deck that he had a good amount of success with in his decider match victory yesterday. Seemed to have quite the mastery over the deck. In this match, we can get quite interesting because basically both players are just trying to race. killinallday trying to race to get to his combo, GamerRvg trying to race to get to that quest completion and start pumping in damage. It's a weird matchup because both players pretty much just want to kill off any minion that they're forced to play as soon as it hits the board. killinallday doesn't want to give any targets for GamerRvg to complete that quest. And killinallday, because of the way the deck works and because you don't really have anything to throw your removal at, you end up throwing it at your own minions. And hand space is one of the toughest things to manage with this Owl Warlock deck because you want to make room for the different combo pieces. And you always want to be able to have hand space to be able to play Dreadlich Tamsin and Backfire to be able to get the discounts with Rune Mithril Rod. So pretty decent start for killinallday right away with the Rune Mithril Rod. However, there is the double Viper on the side of GamerRvg. So by the time turn 5 hits, unless Drekthars come out and pulled both of them, Rune Mithril Rod will probably get destroyed at some point. But we'll see how it plays out. And now, since I've been talking for 10 minutes straight, I need to take a sip of water, so it's gonna be quiet for a second. Excuse me, great viewers.
Greetings, traveler.
All right, don't worry, I'm back. So GamerRvg does have the Rust Rod Viper. Curious if he's going to be able to, if he's going to want to trade this at some point, or because he saw 2 cards kept from killinallday, if he's going to want to keep it just in case. killinallday actually has the back-to-back Rune Mithril Rod, so he can coin it on 4, and then if it does get Vipered, can play the second one on 5. So the tough part here for killinallday is going to be able to try and map out his turns so that he goes into turn 6 with a guaranteed rod, assuming one gets Vipered, and then can backfire to immediately get the discounts. So we might see him just, instead of tap here, just trade the Wicked Shipment, just to still get a little bit deeper in his deck, but not fill up his hand. It's a play that we've seen a lot. I feel like this turn he could still life tap. Try and look for a way to maybe kill off his own Blood Mage Thalnos next turn to again cycle through his deck, not leave a minion on board, which is important. And the GamerRvg kind of wants to do the same thing, right? Wants to have a mix of getting cards out of his hand, getting fast quest completion, but also weaving in hero powers is not a terrible thing in the matchup. The healing is sort of limited from the side of the Owl Warlock. Obviously, they have Drain Souls and Touch of Nathrazim. But Touch of Nathrazim doesn't heal as much as it used to. It's only 3 now. And Drain Soul can be hard to find targets to use that on. So we'll see. And killinallday, not in his head, has a target for Drain Soul if he wants it. Wouldn't mind just seeing again, trade on the Wicked Shipment and just a Drain Soul, just to keep that hand kind of pared down a little bit. Again, Drain Soul can sometimes be awkward to use in the matchup because you don't have a lot of minions. But at the same time, with the double Rune Mithril Rod in hand and a backfire, that's going to get cheap all of a sudden. And because killinallday is going to be using coin plus rod next turn, he can keep his hand a little bit more full than he would normally. Also has the opportunity to go like Wicked Shipment Tour Guide. Could even hold on to the hero power and save it for a potential rod. Could also hold on to the Tour Guide completely and play at the turn where he's going to go for the rod discounts and kill it off immediately. Again, a lot to think about because he doesn't want to get to a point where he's giving GamerRvg targets for spells that are hard to use, like Bola Shot or Overwhelm, that help him get that quest completion. So you have to think about every minion that you play and the consequences of it. Meanwhile, on the other side, GamerRvg has actually picked up Drekthar, which is huge here. Sort of has the double whammy. killinallday really wants to coin the rod, but if he does, he's going to be taking 10 damage, which is not really something he wants to be doing in this situation. Killen does have to clear with Moarg plus Grimoire. Could also go Tour Guide, fit in a tap, and then Moarg and Grimoire the Tour Guide. However, that leaves, again, leaves a minion on board. For GamerRvg to start throwing burn spells into. But what this could also do is take some of GamerRvg's attention away. In the sense that killinallday knows that he wants to play Rune Mythal Rod next turn. So if damage is going into the minions, it means that damage is not going to the face. Which allows Killen some room to play Rune Mythal Rod next turn without having to worry about too much damage coming back the other way. A little bit of knowledge. Piercing Shot still takes the original health of Moarg's, even though Piercing Shot does double damage. It would still only deal 1 to face, even though Piercing Shot's technically dealing 12 to the Moarg. So see, they're in action. Taught you something new. You guys probably knew that. Yep, killinallday should expect this. Rushrod Viper, the nod. Has the second rod, but again, is going to start to be taking some damage. But at this point, I don't think he can afford to do anything else. He could delay 1 turn again by going Blood Mage Thalnos plus Drain Soul. But the longer he delays this rod, the less and less likely that it's ever going to get played this game. I think this would be the turn where he would need to take a risk. It's just a lot of damage that's going to come his way, especially since the only way he has to activate this rod is the backfire. No Soul Fragments in the deck from School Spirit, no nothing. Okay, touch will be some much needed healing as well. killinallday also carefully curating his hand to make sure that he has exactly the amount of hand space that he would need. Oh, this is a lot of damage. Would this be full quest completion? If he wound prayed? What is the quest progress at? If the quest progress is at, oh no, this is. So he would do 1 plus 5 with the piercing shot, plus 3, that's 8. Quick shot would be 11, and the hero power would be another 4. This is nearly lethal. Now he could piercing shot his own wound prey minion to deal 5. Hero power has name shot loaded up to deal 4, so there's 7 more points of damage. And 3 from the quick shot. This is 1 damage off lethal. And now killinallday is in a tough spot because he can't even backfire. He can start with Wicked Shipment and then touch. and then backfire? But this is nearly an impossible situation, because at some point, in order to win the game, killinallday is going to have to get the owl down, get it killed, and then pick up enough minions to where Tamsin's phylactery can be played and everything killed off. This is a tough situation. It's going to need multiple forms of heal. Okay, actually just going to go for... Not going to go for backfire at all, just because it's a little bit too risky. Needs to start pumping a little bit of healing in. Go up to 8. Dreadless Tamsin actually quite a good draw, because that's an additional 5 healing. That's going to be an absolute necessity. And from Killen's perspective, playing this tour guide could give GamerRvg another spell reset with Tavish. And yeah, in order to win the game. So it's an awkward hand from GamerRvg. You can only deal 4 damage this turn. It would damage his Tavish a little bit as well. But a lot of great draws off the top. Aim shot, quick shot, Furious Howl would be exceptional. Basically any damage in order to get the job done. So still could go killinallday's way if GamerRvg whiffs on a lot of draws. But I just feel like that's very wishful thinking for a quest hunter to just miss that much, especially with all the draws I mentioned that are just fantastic. Wouldn't even be surprised here. Okay, he is just going to go. The more you limit killinallday, the better it is. So getting the damage in now could prevent something like tap plus backfire in order to find some outs. Start with Tamsin, see what happens from there. A little bit of health, but it's still only at 9. Okay, armor vendors, health gain. He's hanging in there. But again, he has to hope that GamerRvg just kind of draws dead.
More bones to gnaw on. More bones to gnaw on.
Armor! Lightly used armor.
All right. Tracking is an incredible draw. Probably looking for Furious Howl here. Or perhaps second tracking. Doesn't find either of those. Aim shot is still a lot of damage. He would be 2 damage off lethal in that situation. Aim shot, he would get a hero power, and then an aim shot and another hero power. So that'd be 9 damage. killinallday currently at 11. Alternatively, could go for quick shot to try and hit lethal this turn, which I actually like that better. It is a 2 damage difference, so not that big, but it does give him 1 extra. If it gives him 1 extra spell, it's the same amount of damage, and it is just going to be the 1 extra spell. Can't clear the board, but I don't think he's really worried about the damage because he's very close to a kill. And we are in a situation where killinallday can't even really afford to play the owl, and won't even be able to life tap. So needs to pick up some type of healing off the top in order to get there. We're looking at armor vendor, touch. Oh no, he can life tap. Excuse me. It's the Tamsin hero power. Could start with the trade on the Wicked Shipment. I don't think even with the trade there's any outs for lethal. It's just too expensive with the owl being full cost. It needs to hit some form of healing off of this. Doesn't hit it. Now needs to hit healing off the trade from the Wicked Shipment. Doesn't hit it. Ken Tamsin's Phylactery for Blood Mage Thalnos and draw. Trade again for healing. Or can Grimoire for healing as well. That's not healing. Can School Spirits his minions away to try and draw healing, but it would have to be okay. There's Armor Vendor. It's something. But now without Tamsin's Phylactery, we'll have to just win with minions. But this is going to get more difficult as time goes on. What's the pickup for GamerRvg? Lily needs any direct damage? That's not it. He's still 1 damage off lethal. So many good draws in the deck, but just not finding any of them in order to get there. He keeps getting these Fel Rifts. I mean, the damage is starting to stack up if he can get really meaningful healing. 5 cards left in the deck. This is kind of it. Ignore the Dreadlich Tamsin and add a Fel Rift, I think. So 2 forms of healing still left with Touch of the Nathrazim and Drain Soul. And actually can get a Moarg down alongside of it, assuming he picks one up. So there's the Fel Rift. So needs Touch or Drain Soul off of this. Now can't play the Moarg. There's Touch. And this will also draw. A card. Looking for Drain Soul as well, which would give him a lot of healing. Now he's at 8. The last 2 cards are Wicked Shipment and Drain Soul. So we can guarantee the Drain Soul next turn, but needs to live from 7 health, and he's still alive. And how much damage are we looking at? 12. 15 damage, and the Owl can be played next turn, and he's guaranteed to hit Drain Soul. So that's actually lethal looking back at GamerRvg, unless he kills one of these minions. It would be exact lethal unless he kills one of these minions, which he can with just the Arcane Shot. And you would kill Tamsin because he knows that Drain Soul is the last 2 cards. The last 2 cards are Wicked Shipment and Drain Soul, so he's guaranteed to get one or the other. And then because he has the Moarg on board, the Drain Soul would actually kill the Owl, so it would get the 8 damage Death Rattle. So he'd be alive by 1 if he kills the Tamsin. So it feels like the correct play here is to Hero Power, Arcane Shot the Tamsin, and then Hero Power again. Incredibly smart. Is that still lethal? 12, 13, 14? He's 1 off with the Owl. And it doesn't look like he's even going to play. He's just going to go for max healing. So this Drain Soul would heal for 8.
Not getting any younger.
He could actually go... Ooh. If he wants to be safe, he could, like, School Spirits. He could Blood Mage Thanos, Drain Soul, and then School Spirits. And then that would draw more cards from his deck, so he'd be guaranteed soul fragments. but then he wouldn't have a way to kill off the owl going to the next turn, and he'd kill off all of his minions. So I think he just drains souls and then holds. Is that Furious Howl? All right, that's got to be lethal. That was an incredible spot from GamerRvg to actually kill off the Tamsin. 1 damage off lethal. And yeah, that'll be lethal damage. Just needs to play out the spells, and GamerRvg is going to take game 1. A really well fought game, though. I feel like that was a pretty incredible game, though. killinallday barely holding on. The draw sequence with going for Blood Mage downloads for the flag 3 to draw through the deck to get the health gain. And then even beyond that, GamerRvg having the thought to actually kill the Tamsin, knowing that the Dream Soul is left in the deck and probably is not going to get through that. Very close, but GamerRvg is going to take game 1. Nice little...
Hello, TJ. Hello, how's it going? I half almost interrupted your final thoughts there. I was sat with Lorinda in a different channel trying to troubleshoot his tech issues with him, and then they just dragged me over here mid-sentence, so I nearly cut you off. Sorry. Hello.
Hello, Saddle.
Hey.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I just had a quick break, went downstairs to the kitchen, made some dinner, ate that dinner, and now here I am, casting Hearthstone again. Hooray. How's it going? Catch me up. What did I miss in game 1? What's going on?
An incredible game, actually. killinallday having to go for a little bit different strategy on the Owl Warlock. Just going for the survive and then kill him with 3/3s game plan. And nearly got there. It was 1 damage off lethal with killing his own Humongous Owl, because GamerRvg had an incredible play of killing off the Tamsin, which set him up for lethal the next turn. 1 damage off lethal for like 4 turns in a row. Pretty cool game. Not something you get to see quite often with Owl Warlock, to be honest.
And so, where do we stand? Refresh for me, if you will, what these two players are playing for right now. Just so I understand the stakes, TJ, just so I can get fully invested in what's going on.
They are playing for $500 and a point.
All right, I'm out. That's it. That's all I've got. See you later.
I feel like you should know this, Solid. You've been casting Grandmasters for long enough.
Honestly,
to know that everybody gets $500 and a point for winning a match of Hearthstone, and I'm a little bit offended that you don't know that.
I can't believe how fast I charged headlong into that wall within minutes of joining to help you out, TJ. I thought, you know, he'll treat me well. He'll catch me up. He won't troll me immediately. No, of course, it's TJ that we're dealing with.
No, killinallday came into this week with 0 points. That should.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. So he needs to win, and then even if he wins, he probably still doesn't make it into the top 8. That's the story. But it's killinallday. He's fighting tooth and nail for every inch of Hearthstone ground that he can muster, versus GamerRvg, who's currently going into today at 5 points, right? So with a win, he moves into 6 points, which actually puts him barely in to the top 4. So if he has a deep run this week, he gets that top 4 and he can qualify for last call. But it would require a deep run, because there's a lot of players at 5 points who are still left in the tournament, with DimitriKazov, Pascoa, and actually that's it with that are above that threshold. So GamerRvg with a win here would be looking good. Let's just put it that way. killinallday with a win here is still looking really bad. But then with another win, still looking really bad. But then with another win is looking smack dab in mediocre land.
You're so much happier now, TJ. I just listened to like a good 10, 20 minutes or so of you just having no one to troll alongside you. It just, you sound so miserable when you don't have anyone to be an idiot to.
I was enjoying that game, though.
Yeah, no, it was a good game.
And I can be an idiot alone as well. But what's the point, you know?
Yeah.
Be an idiot for an idiot's sake, you know? All right, game number 2. Quest Hunter once again for GamerRvg. So that's how last year's standing works. You probably missed the intro when I talked about it. But last year's standing, if you win, you play it again. And if you lose, you can't play that deck anymore. Just to catch you up a little bit.
That's fine. Trust me, TJ, we are very well familiar with the concept of sweeps over in the Europe region. It feels like all we've been looking at right up until that last series of the day. But we're also dealing with Druid as a potential counter queue, which is not something that we saw all the time. Druid has been a pretty common ban for us in the series that it's been left up. It's usually been the opener. So interesting to see Killen come out here with the counter queue with it against the Quest Hunter.
Yeah. Druid, despite either being banned or players being confident that they can beat it, still coming in a whopping 65% win rate after the broadcast earlier today. Pretty insane. Let's just put it that way. It's a good deck, real good deck. killinallday living in the past a little bit here, playing the armor Kazakhstan Druid.
Well, I mean, is this living in the past, or is this a deliberate choice because he wants to be able to do things like counter queue Quest Hunter with it, for example? Because I think in this situation, he's got kind of the perfect build for being able to stop exactly what Hunter's trying to do to him, right?
Sure, yeah, but I would argue that having Solar and Cenarian is better in that situation, and just the general ramp Druid, which seems to be quite good. But yes, I can see this, subtle. I will see my point. I'll spot it. Feral Rage still gains just as much armor.
What is this voice you're using right now, TJ? Like, I've never heard this before in my life. What's going on?
Just my voice.
It isn't.
Who do you think you are?
It's just not.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. All right. Fine.
Are you struggling with headphone issues also?
Oh, yeah, actually, I can't hear you, TJ. I'm going to have to leave. I've decided this is a bad idea.
Yeah. So did literally everybody else that's cast with me. Neil's the only one who's been able to put up with me for longer than like a year.
TJ Sanders, the man without a partner, coming soon.
Yeah, you and Raven have been casting together for like 12 years.
Yep. Yeah, that's true.
All right. Well, what we got going on here? Not really much to do for killinallday except gain armor, which is okay.
Yeah, it's honestly plenty at this point, right? Like, particularly because he has the Kazakhstan to ramp into, like, he can just use that as a buffer, and then presumably the treasures will end the game quick enough before GamerRvg is able to do the 40-odd damage he's going to need to do this game.
Yeah. We've seen so many players, though, like turbo Kazakhstan, just like, you know, really like rev up and slap it down, you know, like super early on to the game. And then they just don't have the supporting cards necessary for the treasures or for just like finding the treasures in order to win the game. It's happened so many times over the past couple weeks in America's Grandmasters. I don't know if you've run into similar experiences.
Well, I was going to say, you said players. Do you not just mean Kayla's Luna multiple times? Because those are the ones.
It's happened to Kayla's Luna, I think, 3 times now, but it's also happened to other players. It happened to Pun once as well.
Okay.
Yeah, then other than that, yeah, it just was Kayla's Luna. But it sticks so far out in my mind that I'm like, it keeps happening. Like 3 times. And every time he gets Kazakhstan, he cheers.
He pops off, yeah.
I'm like, wait a second. Like, you just double bloomed it out on 4, and you have no card draw, and you picked Embers. You're never playing it. Still good, though. Embers is a really great card. I love Embers. I think Guff is like the big one, right? Kazakhstan with Guff and Kazakhstan without Guff is like, I don't know, insert Neil analogy here. That's where Neil would insert an analogy. You can try if you want, but it won't be the same.
I mean, yeah, I don't want to steal. Exactly, I don't want to steal his thunder, and you've already created all such lofty expectations for me to live up to. I feel like I'm only going to disappoint at this point.
Yeah, agreed. Well, GamerRvg, I mean, he's getting there, right? He's doing what he can. That Fury's Howl is going to be a pretty big deal in a couple turns or so.
Ooh. That Moonlit guidance just made this Kazakhstan a whole lot more exciting. I imagine there's still probably one turn where you can just clear the board with scale, right? And then there'll probably be no minion damage on board in the following turn. Although, where is he on quest? Are you just going to be dealing with Tavish on the next turn if you don't do this?
He's 1 out of 2 on the second part.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
So he's three spells away.
Okay.
I love to do that right as Kazakhstan's played.
What? Wait, what? Why?
My favorite thing to do.
What? It's just overtly confusing. It's the exact opposite of what your job is. That's making everyone's experience worse.
Yeah, but except for mine.
True.
And the way I look at it, if I make myself 10 times happier,
Yes.
which makes me cast 10 times better,
Yeah.
I feel like everyone's willing to just forget that moment of confusion because the rest of the cast is just going to be that much better, you know?
All right. Yeah, I can see it.
And what it also does is completely distract my co-casters. They have literally no idea which treasures the player took.
Yeah, no, not a clue. Absolutely not a single idea. We'll get a decent amount of knowledge from it straight away because I'm pretty sure we'll see Moonlit guidance in the near future. But I am a little bit surprised that we didn't see all the pressure on board get released by Scale of Onyxia before we went for the Kazakhstan the turn after, especially if is so far away from Quest as we were talking about. But still, he is still at 34, plenty of health to play with, so I can't dispute it too much.
Yep. This is great mana utilization because that quest is, or that hero power is going to go down to 0, be able to take out Kazakhstan. Furious Howl is going to reload the hand, and should be able to find some cheap stuff to be able to complete and get Tavish down next turn. Never mind.
Yeah, we'll still need like a 1-drop off the top here, theoretically.
Ooh. Beastly Beauty?
I'm assuming if he took this, I'm going to make a wild prediction that there are also 2 army knives in his deck, because I think those are the only reason you end up taking Beastly Beauty over anything but the absolute dumpster tier treasures.
I mean, if there is, that's a fantastic turn. Beastly Beauty, smack, transform, knife, smack, smack, heal.
Oh, it's in there. It's in there and he missed it.
Oh, yeah.
That's what that reaction means.
Yep. I mean, you could just triple. No, you can't triple Beauty because that innervate costs 1.
Time waits for no one.
I just want a horn.
I kind of just want a horn too, because it then draws a horn, which makes you more likely to naturally draw a knife over the next turn or 2, which is game ending.
And also, it's going to keep minions on board. And so if you do draw the knife, which you're more likely to, by the way, thanks, Sottle, for pointing that out.
You're welcome.
You still have a trade target with the Beastly Beauty in order to knife and heal. Because now Beastly Beauty can't, if the Tavish is the only minion left, Beastly Beauty can no longer attack, transform, and then knife. And if you Beastly Beauty a knife into a Tavish, you gain 2, and then it transforms into 8 and you lose the lifesteal.
Oh yeah, it's true actually. I've never even really thought about that interaction, but that is a very good point.
Ay, ay, ay. Not looking good for killing all day.
Not. Can do 17.5 damage or 18.5 damage to face right now if he wants to go Boombots Hero Power Face, but that seems terrible.
What to do?
It does, doesn't it?
Okay, fine, cool. Just be a gamer. What do I know?
Oh, I wouldn't have the mana for it again.
Monster.
21. Juicy.
Pretty good. And this is not the greatest post-Tavish hand. That explosive trap specifically, because now he's seen the boombox, and so you really don't want to drop down an explosive trap and give Killing All Day a potential lethal out. Is Beastly Beauty even that threatening to want to kill? Probably, actually. Yeah, definitely.
I mean, I think there's so many treasures still unaccounted for from GamerRvg that he probably needs to kill every minion in sight just to play around the threat of Gnomish Army Knife.
Yeah.
It's not easy to Army Knife same turn as Druids, particularly if you're not Guff, like you need like Wax Ranger, Bubba, that kind of thing, Beastly Beauty.
Ooh, is that the pink one?
It's the pink one, yeah, exactly. You wait till you see the dinosaur that they pilot.
It's just made out of wax. Just gets inside, it melts and suffocates him.
Yeah. When it forms the Megazord, it just burrows into the ear just to become the earwax of the Megazord.
All right. Well, this is it. You either win or you lose. And I think it's not enough damage.
That's so insightful, actually, TJ. I've never thought about Hearthstone in those terms before. You either win or you lose.
You either get $500 in a point, or they take $500 and a point away from you.
That's just not true. That's not the system. Disclaimer, that's not how it works.
If you go 0-2, they send you a bill.
If you lose, you go directly to jail. Do not do not collect $500 and a point.
He's trying to figure out. He would have needed to start hero powered minions right off the bat if he wanted to find a way to survive with just explosive trap, right?
Yeah, he's not trying to clear. He's trying to make a bunch of 2 health minions that can't attack him. But yeah, that's absolutely not happening here. Certainly not to the degree that it's going to.
Oh well,
Army Knife.
Yeah, not through No Army Knife, but alive on board. Yes.
Yes. Credit where credit's due. That is good mechanical Hearthstone, just in terms of finding a way to not be immediately dead. But like this is still going to be enough to get the job done.
No.
What do you mean no?
Oh yeah, no, you're right.
You just give one of the 3/2s Divine Shield, and then you're good.
Yeah. I was thinking the explosive trap would hit again. Like I was thinking everything with 2 health
famously has Winfield
dies. Yeah, I was thinking everything with 2 health dies, no matter what. Divine Shield, whatever, it dies. But that was incorrect. Thank you, Sottle, for pointing that out. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And Killing All Day equalizes the series, 1-1. Wow, that's a clean room.
Yeah, I was going to comment on that. Like, from my perspective, obviously I don't pay as much attention to the Americas players as I do to the Europe ones, but it seems like Killin has moved from one IKEA showroom to an entirely different IKEA showroom from what I've seen, because no one's actual bedrooms are as clean as the 2 rooms that I've seen Killin sitting in so far. Like, these don't exist, I'm sure of it.
Yeah. Or it's actually just a green screen. His old room is actually behind him, but he green screened it into this room.
This is just Killin's aspirational bedroom.
Yeah. Which is exactly the same as the other's bedroom, except white pillows and sheets instead of light blue pillows and sheets. Nothing on the walls, same level of cleanliness. But worked out for Killing all day. Got the early Kazakhstan down. I feel like the timing ended up being pretty good, even though you know, I was a little slightly clenched at the thought of leaving all those minions on the board. But now we get to move over to the Quest Rogue for GamerRvg, and a pretty standard build of it. I'd say exactly standard.
Are we calling Mr. Smite one Battle Master? Are we calling that standard?
Exactly that.
Okay, interesting. I've seen Mr. Smite both used and not used, of course. Quest Rogue was a deck I was expecting to have a bigger impact in Europe specifically. I was expecting a lot of interaction between like Demon Hunter, Rogue, and Paladin, like those three all potentially counter-queuing each other, but it just hasn't really panned out that way. I think a lot of the players that brought Rogue didn't do very well, or those queues just didn't really happen. Has Quest Rogue had impact in Americas yesterday?
Nope.
Okay.
We didn't see it at all yesterday.
Okay.
Or we saw it, but it lost right away or something. Most of the players that bought Quest Rogue 2-0'd the group. So there's actually a good amount of it today, but it was a lot of the players that went 2-0. And I'm going to correct my statement from earlier. It's not standard. For America's Grandmasters this week, yes, it's standard, because I'm pretty sure every player that brought Quest Rogue is bringing this exact lineup. But if you like look at ladder stats,
yeah,
it's actually -1 Mr. Smite, +1 Scabs is the more accepted version. But I'm a little on the fence about Scabs. Just because it does seem so situational. And I feel like oftentimes players get into these situations where they're like, oh, the only play I got this turn is Scabs, and I gotta get value out of it. So I'm gonna start using these cards that may not be great for this situation, but I need to because they're free.
Sure.
Case in point, yesterday in Gabby's game. Right? It was Gabby versus Casey.
That was kind of the exact
Scabs and then played the Greyheart stage.
Right. Oh yeah, it was Scabs Greyheart stage, but we also saw Foxy Scabs where no other cards were playable after that point as well. And like the player on the receiving end of that was like, "Oh god, Foxy Scabs, I'm dead." And then there were just no other cards playable after the Scabs came down either. So we have seen both sides of the coin in Europe of how Scabs can be relatively ineffective, but when it's good, boy, it's good. It throws a lot of stuff onto the board real quick, which is kind of the business that Quest Rogue is in, right, when it's doing what it wants to do.
Yeah, fair. And I guess Mr. Smite kind of fits that category as well. But there's so many times in Quest Rogue where you get like that early lead, you have the board, you're dealing damage, and then you get to the end and you're trying to count the damage in your hand. And you're like, well, I have 8 from double Wicked Stab. And you just need that little bit more. Just a smidge. And Mr. Smite, that's his nickname, Mr. Smidge, because he provides the smidge.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, wow. This is a hand. Look at it. He can resizing pouch and get a lightning bloom. And then his hand literally does nothing.
I was about to say, and that achieves what exactly? I feel like you're just going to play the overgrowth here and get on with it.
Yeah. Yep. So I think we also did get the word that you can bye-bye now.
Oh, sweet. Well, thanks for having me. I will now return you to your regularly scheduled Lorinda and TJ podcast with some Hearthstone that happens underneath it.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye, Saul. Thank you. See ya. Everybody say goodbye to Saul. Yeah. Can we play his outro music? Does that exist? As he dances slightly off screen? No? Okay. All right. Hello, Neil. I can hear you. Welcome back. Well,
Casting Owl Warlock, absolutely anything.
You will do something that nobody knows how to fix to ruin your microphone. Not even you.
Not even me. I'll just unspecified.
Oh!
You just killing pumps the air, getting the guff. Oh my goodness.
Oh, now that's a guff right there. Just give me the guff.
He has got some
Guff.
guff going on.
Just guff it up, man.
It's been guffed up all afternoon, I tell you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
Right,
your mic
so
got
GamerRvg.
guffed.
I thought he was going to Mr. Smite his opponent, but then I remembered it was Druid, as I just work my way back into my normal level of broadcasting.
Yeah.
And
Just before we jump back into this game, Sonal he has no analogies.
he has no analogies.
No, he's got none. Which
you
is a little
call
bit
him an idiom?
disappointing. No, I didn't. No, he's such an idiom, though, sometimes.
He really is, yeah.
All right, we can get back to the game. I just need to tell you that, since I know
I'm
you missed that part of
saddened.
the broadcast. Yeah.
I'll have to double analogy later on when we get back into the broadcast to sort that out.
Oh, looking back to it. Yep, looking forward to it even. The opposite of looking back to it. GamerRvg still presenting some threats here. However, killinallday can just scale Venixia to clean this up, even fit in a ramp with the guff in order to make that happen and still have exactly 7 mana. Could also actually fit in a Lunar Eclipse in order to hold on to one of the 2/1s. And the other option is just play Kazakhstan.
Yeah, that feels like, I mean, that's definitely
Door number
possible.
2.
That's slightly dangerous. I just want to save this 9, right, and just be on 22 and say you can't beat me, so he's going to go with your play. The Lunar Eclipse is more interesting, though, because might not get another chance to use that anyway.
Yeah. Well, he's going to hold on to it maybe for a higher priority target moving forward, right? Because right now it's just about saving a 2/1. Where in any other case it might be like killing a thing that's going to hit you real hard or not killing a thing that's going to hit you real hard. So it's just like efficiency of damage.
And there you go, the efficiency of damage. This thing has 3 health, which he can now kill. Yeah.
Ooh, wow. Kokar Pack Runner is interesting. Doesn't get a spell, however, from the quest, the gizmo quest completion, whatever you want to call it.
Oh. Just the Kazman.
He's the Kaz, man.
I was thinking exactly the same thing. It's good to be back. I think Sotland Raven referenced that particular song, tune, whatever you want to call it, like, I don't know, 3 times a week, 10 times a week. Getting his far through his deck, so he's got things to do. We've seen time and time again, if you play Kazakhstan without things to do, like Solar Eclipses, it can get awkward. What do we like? We like boombots.
Yeah, boombots are good. Wax Ranger can also be good, but it's more susceptible to the flashbang gizmatic.
Yeah. Whereas
Fizz Flash Tractor.
I love how you know these names now. I liked you better, TJ, before you changed, when you didn't know what anything was called. We just made names up.
Yeah, I really stepped up my game.
Like the Fizz Bang, Guff Box or whatever it's called. It's just so.
Yeah, GamerRvg could secret passage here. Look for the Fizz Bang Guff Box.
That's it, you see? With subtle now, with your posh correct names.
Yeah. Ugh. Oh, well, you get some information here.
Yeah. You know what information he got?
All right. So he can build a giant board. He could kill my giant board. Or he can get a Beastly Beauty. I think we're in the Beastly Beauty arena right now for the next card. killinallday can tutor out the Annoyhorn, however, with the
he
capture
can, right?
Cold Tooth Mine. So,
and that's almost game when he gets that.
Yep.
To be fair. Probably more than almost. But I like to keep the audience in suspense, like I did for the first 40 minutes of the broadcast.
All right. GamerRvg going, just fitting in the extortion here, just because he wants to get scabs online for this next turn. He knows that the next draw from killinallday is going to be the BCB. I'm assuming that he picked that. So his win condition here seems to be get scabs on board, plot back whatever killinallday gets with the Fizz Flash Guff Box, also known as the Fizz Flash Distractor.
Whoa. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Should I not be able to?
Some things just happened, but you should be able to, yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. You're good. Yeah. Noia Horn. And GamerRvg should know that this is a Noia Horn because he saw it. There's not many more treasures that are more expensive than the Noia Horn. It would be like, have to be like Ember's Book of the Dead, because until it comes into your hand, it still costs 14. So it is the highest cost. And like the Holy Book would also be like a 50-50 with a Noia Horn. But he's seen 3 of the treasures, so. And I think killinallday's in a pretty good spot here.
Yep.
No scabs being played in this deck. The other scabs, whatever it, Shadow
just other scabs. Shadow
Crafter scabs. I was right.
Good man.
Or is this one's Gizmo Master scabs? That's not correct either.
Good.
So what's the win condition here for GamerRvg? Because he's never gonna chew through all of this stuff. I feel like it's gonna have to be something really weird from the smuggler.
Yeah.
Like a Baron get in? That wouldn't even be enough. What else? 'Cause right now he's played, what, 6?
If Baron Geddon is not enough, we're in trouble. Doomsayer, is slightly illegal.
Yeah. We'd have bigger problems in this game if Doomsayer popped out of it. Not only because he's played way more than 2 SIs, but 2, it's not even in standard. So it'd be a double whammy of problems. Just going to clear off as much as he can, but Wand of Disintegration can clear off the scabs.
Battlemaster can clear quite a lot up with... It can't clear a lot up. It can clear up 2 things. And the trouble is he's not got to just clear this whole heap of stuff. But then he's got to clear the next heap of stuff that's coming behind it.
Yeah. I feel like killinallday can just get away with Wand of Disintegration. You just get another one in the deck. Then he can just, like, I don't even know, plop an army knife on one of these. Draw a card. Play a Beastly Beauty.
Yep.
Yep. Smart, though, getting the attack in first, making 8-8 instead of just playing it as a 2-6. Just good sequencing. Clean play. Clean room.
It is a clean room. He opens that door and just all this stuff just falls out everywhere. Like baseballs and footballs and, I don't know, old things that have been piled up in there every time he plays. Just like, no, I've got to tidy the room. He just jams it all behind that door.
Neil has no idea what could possibly be in an American's closet.
I mean...
Baseballs, footballs, other stuff.
This is just stuff. Other Americans. Like,
yeah. Just more Americans come out, Just stumble over each other, all holding baseballs and footballs.
It's just... what else would they be holding? I don't even answer that. I'm not going to answer that.
Right now, if all the stuff in my closet can come out, my closet's right over there. It'd be clothes, some backpacks, and I have a really big closet. My dog's crates are in there, and they're sleeping right now, so dogs would come out.
Just dogs, footballs, baseballs. I don't know. What else is Americans got in their closet?
That's about it. That's about it. Been an American all my life, and I've had a closet all my life. That's all that's ever been in my closet. Footballs,
Dogs and
baseballs,
Americans.
and dogs. Yeah. All right. GamerRvg going to move over to the ramp druid now. It's different, but it's the same.
What's different about it? It's the Malagos version that's the same. There's a bog beam, I guess, chilling.
Yep. So basically, instead of Feral Rage and the amulets, what I was about to say, talismans.
Quartz person amulet.
Yeah, the Moon Touched amulets. This one runs Cenarian wards and other big minions. Right. So you have more of a board presence, but less of like that immediate armor gain slash burst damage earlier on in the game. Like less of the cheaper armor gain plus burst damage. You sacrifice that for the potential to have bigger boards in the later stages.
Which makes some sense, right? Just getting that armor. We've seen time and again, if you just play Kazakhstan on turn 4, yeah, you probably win, but you would love to have 1 million armor and play it 3 or 4 turns later and have just more time to gather ways to interact, like get your guff or whatever, other ways to interact with the big things, the treasures that Kazakhstan fetches you. So to me, it makes sense to have a little bit more survivability and not the immediate pressure to have to just jam it on the board. Both have their merits, because obviously if you've got a wide board, you can fight for board, and then people can't take you down so easily. So I understand that works as well. Maybe it's just a playstyle preference when it comes down to it. In other news, why are people playing druids? Why isn't it banned? No Killing's been banning Demon Hunter all the time, but you're confused why druids are being allowed to be let loose and running around in Hearthstone.
Yeah, because Glide ruins all of his decks, every last one of them, except for Face Hunter, actually. And he does have Face Hunter, which makes like in his lineup as a counter to Druid.
Does make sense.
So, which is one of the better ones, one of the better matchups. So yeah, I could see it.
Getting some mana. GamerRvg also has some mana, but not much to do with it.
Oh, I mean, he can get it and then wait for Kazakhstan. Sort of the same with killinallday. He can overgrowth and then capture Cold Tooth Mine and then Kazakhstan. I mean, that seems pretty good. I mean, it's what the deck is built for. And usually, that's what you want to do in Hearthstone is
play Kazakhstan
deck and then do what the deck is supposed to do.
The thing is, we've seen this earlier in the week, in this, or last week maybe, in this Druid mirror. Playing the first Kazakhstan isn't necessarily the way to win the game, right? It's nice, you kind of want to, but if you've got no support for it, you can find your treasures just don't really operate. They might cost too much. They might not be too good without some backup, so I'm curious. And he does decide to just hold on there, so he'll have a Lightning Bloom left over, which would allow him to play Kazakhstan in 2 turns' time.
Yeah.
On turn 4, which is like his 6 mana turn because it's Druid. Yeah. It's almost identical, right? This is actually could be really weird. They could just end up who could take the cheapest treasures and do something might be a thing here.
Yep.
There's a guff though.
Guff stuff.
Do we overgrowth then guff, or do we guff then overgrowth?
I think you guff then overgrowth because guff is more expensive. The only problem with guff then overgrowth is you do miss out on a little bit of the ramp. Yeah, actually, no, this is more efficient in terms of like raw ramp, because then you can guff next turn and ramp right away. Or draw right away if you feel like you don't need the mana, but that's pretty rare this early on in the game. killinallday non-descend, he's like, yep. Treasures.
Not in all day. Cheap
Get some
treasures.
treasures. I get some treasures. We all get some treasures. I wonder if killinallday is going to be afraid of that enough to like play Scale of Elixir is just going to go for guff. With the overload and GamerRvg only having access to 5 mana next turn, I think he can afford to just take some 8 damage and play the guff.
Yeah, I think so. It's worth consideration, obviously. Embers.
Embers. Pew, pew, pew. These are all reasonable. Actually picked Wand of Disintegration. Gets Embers again, however.
That's the way to do it.
Yep. It's just going to be a while before he can play Embers. Three full turns before it's even playable. So he might want to just pick treasures that he can play with whatever mana he has available now. So if that were the case, he might go Bubba. Instead, he's going to think about it. Leans all the way back. Hand off the mouse. Running out of time, though.
Doesn't want to fall up that ladder.
He's got to go. Which one's going to pick him? Bubba. Yeah, Bubba.
Just so he's got something to do in the time while he's waiting, right?
Yeah.
So Killin looks like he's behind, but I'm not sure he is, just because of how GamerRvg is going to have no mana. It's going to be close.
Yeah. He's really thinking about going. I'm pretty sure. I can't read his mind. Going Scale of Elixir first, then Guff, then Kazakhstan. But that's a lot of time to wait. You'd be playing Kazakhstan after your opponent has had 2 opportunities to play treasures that they've drawn. And on the second turn, they would have the full 8 mana. But it looks like he is, because maybe just having an 8/8 on board, if GamerRvg were to pick treasures that require a target, this could lock out some of the potential treasures, which might buy him time. So he weighed the risk reward and decided to go for this.
Okay. I think I'd have been equally comfortable with pretty much all of the decisions there. They all seemed kind of all okay and none of them particularly great.
However, the Bubba pick coming in hot for GamerRvg. Perfect draw off the top. And we'll be able to punish this play, because now killinallday is looking at minions. He's in the exact same spot that he was previously, just worse. Because there's more power on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, he urgently needs to find a way to put all those dogs back in the closet, because they have escaped and are running riot.
Yep. Okay, well, Solar Eclipse plus Feral Rage or Solar Eclipse plus Best in Shell could buy a lot of time.
There's the Quartz Person Amulet, so he's got plenty of stuff going on in terms of armor.
Yeah, and doesn't trade the Best in Shell.
Yeah, so his plan is just to, or appears to be, don't die, which is always a good plan, but also use Guff to get to the point where he can Kazakhstan into, I don't know, maybe a mine or an amulet and just get enough health to survive. Hope that GamerRvg's treasures aren't that great. Ride out the Bubba and then maybe win it because he can cast 2 treasures a turn versus 1.
So we know all the treasures. We got Grimmer Patron, Krusty, Bubba, Wand, and a Noil Horn. So a lot of board focus with some removal mixed in. No burn, like no Pure Cold, no Embers, no Book of the Dead. But just a lot of ways to just build up boards, which is honestly in this situation better.
And also, they're the cheaper cards, right? He was still very low on mana, so he had to do things he could play, and that's what's winning him the game at the moment. Is he just took cards that he could put on the board.
Yep. And now killinallday cannot play Kazakhstan because there's lethal being shown on board. There's exactly 22 damage. There's 21 points of damage on board, 22 with the hero power. He plays Kazakhstan unless he... Nope, nothing he could get for 0 mana. Not enough mana died for Book of the Dead. It's just one... Wait. Actually, 7 scales, 1 Kazakhstan, that's 8, 3 dogs, 11. Nope, still not enough minions have died.
Oh, interesting. He's actually trading this. He's got the pouch. Choices: solar pouch, solar best in shell, all mixed in with a guff ramp, all available to him.
That rope's burning again.
Maybe Arcanist doesn't do it. He's gonna look for a. Oh nope.
He's going to best buy himself some time.
Wand of Disintegration, still lethal. There it is, 22 damage. Bada bing, bada boom.
Yep, Killing checks the door behind him and sees all the dogs falling out. And it's going to be 2-2, TJ, in this massive Hearthstone match for both players.
Yep, and last deck remaining is, I believe, the Face Hunter.
He's brought for this purpose, as you just described.
Let me just double check. No, it's banned. Last deck is the Warrior.
Okay, which wasn't brought for this purpose. At all.
No, definitely not.
I thought you could
Still
argue that.
doable.
What have I done today?
Still doable, but yeah, it's a pretty tough matchup. Kazakhstan Warrior versus Druid. Ooh.
Like,
Because
doable.
you do this, like your win condition is still Kazakhstan. It's just you play Kazakhstan about 15 turns later than the Druid.
Yeah, which means you don't play it because you've exploded. However, there's a Mutinous, which you play 14 turns later, and the Druid plays their Kazakhstan.
So it's not the absolute worst matchup, right?
Right, yeah.
But it's pretty far down there. Actually, like the only worst matchups for Warrior are Owl Warlock, Bolner OTK, Quest Warrior, oddly enough.
Sure,
Ramp Druid is slightly better than those for Warrior. It's between 35 and 40% win rate for the Warrior over a pretty significant sample size. And it gets worse as you go up in ranks.
Worse for the Warrior?
Worse for the Warrior, yes.
That makes sense. That does make sense, because I think the Druid is misleading in its difficulty because it wins so often. I think the Druid's actually quite hard to play. But you can play it badly and win, so people don't know it's hard to play. There'll be people going, "Oh, what's he talking about? Druid's easy to win." Yeah, you win with it. Well done, because it's really good. But you're probably playing it wrong.
However, Mutinous is not in every list and was not in the list that I was looking at. I'm curious how it affects it because it does delay your Kazakhstan on average.
Unless you're frozen, yes.
Yeah, well, if you're frozen, it delays everything. Oh, that frozen.
So the player frozen, who just draws them in the right order every time.
Yeah. So I'm trying to look. Based on this sample size, Mutinous actually makes the matchup worse.
I actually... It's a very specific
example. It's a small
example.
sample size. So with Mutinous against Ramp Druid, it's only a 200 game sample size. And it's 35%. Without Mutinous, with a 3,000 game sample size, it's 37%.
Okay.
With this hand from GamerRvg, it's like 0%.
How do you ever catch the Kazakhstan with the Mutinous? So let's say killinallday wants to coin Mutinous and catch it that way on turn 6.
I don't even think Kazakhstan is the card you're trying to catch.
Right, that's what I was going to next.
Yeah, I think it's something else, right? Like the Nixia or Malagos or Treasure minion.
Yeah.
There is one. I think that's it. I mean, if they just don't have ramp, sure, but...
One thing that Druid can do against Warrior is whiff on treasures to some degree, because there's enough removal there that they might not be able to assemble enough good attacking forces, because you quite often, as the Druid, the spells are kind of the big deal, right?
Yeah. So one other way. So the way I've seen this played, I played a lot of Control War with Mutinous against Ramp Druid. A lot of times the Druid just won't Kazakhstan right away. They're going to get value out of their other cards first. They're going to wait until they get like removal drawn out with Onyxia, with Solar Cenarian, right? They're going to draw through most of their deck, and then they're going to play Kazakhstan at some point in the future. So I think that like Mutinous, while it could hit Kazakhstan, like that's not even like the biggest threat. You can wait a long time, is what I'm saying. If you Kazakhstan's not in your hand, you can just do the other things that your deck does, and then wait. So you're not like losing in fatigue if the warrior has like all removal.
Yeah. But the other threats are few and far between, so I understand that, it makes sense, but I can see the warrior again looking for ways that killinallday can win this already. Already he's going to be in trouble very soon, assuming that one of the million fetch cards actually is something good for GamerRvg.
This must
Yeah.
be the way.
Oh. I'm going to put that to the test.
Yeah. It's so he's going to try and dodge the Mutinous by playing it a turn before. You don't get the other Kazakhstan because it destroys your deck with its battle cry. And so you don't have another Kazakhstan to pull.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Because there is a way of getting to Kazakhstans with all sorts of ways, but not this way. And that confused me for the longest time. Embers.
These aren't great.
No, if Killing can withstand some Embers,
Okay, Wax Rager is actually really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, Wax Rager's like all you need. Just 5 damage a turn.
It's like Hunter, but 3 better.
Yeah.
Unless Killing can eat the Wax Rager, which I don't see how that's even possible.
He's gonna play it as soon as he draws it.
Mm-hmm.
Killinallday's got removal, however. Has Brawl, has Blade Storm, Shield Slam. Bulwark is decent to buy some time. Like, he can certainly get some stuff going. Wax Rager will give Killinallday a card on demand. Like, it'll just always be there, giving him a card.
If only he was playing Spammy in his deck. The Wax Ragers.
The Spammy wins.
Yeah. How good would that be? Just get a Spammy, spam that Wax Rager, just super
Wait, he
tech.
got Embers? I didn't even see Embers.
Yeah, he got it after he turned it down. I think he got it. He insta-picked it to turn it, showed up. I can't remember if it was the first or second.
Okay, I wasn't looking. All right. He's good. He's in good shape, actually. Like,
yeah.
I mean, he can even probably set up for a double Embers at some point. He's got double Wild Growth. You can ramp Wild Growth and Wax Rager this turn. Guff ramp, Wild Growth, Wax Rager. No, you can't do that. Yes, you can do that.
8-3. Yes, you can do that. That's how 8
Oh, he's drawing a card. Okay. Oh, Ancient Reflections was Wax Rager too?
Oh.
GG.
Yeah.
GG.
It's
Done
just
so
sick. Like looking at a different deck, isn't it? You look at Killing's deck and go, well, what's he supposed to do? And the answer is he's supposed to finally bow out of GM, I think.
Yeah, well, almost everybody's bound out of GM. Well,
No, I understand, yeah.
solid try here, killing all day, but not going to hit anything. And that'll be the beginning of the end.
And then the reflections will be the middle of the end, and then the embers will be the embers of the end. It's a case of which of those turns Killing decides to give it up on. More embers!
24.
Because there's not enough.
Yeah.
And that's going to put GamerRvg. I think I put it on the stats, but that was a long time ago in terms of when I could hear back in the olden days. That's going to put him. I think I put almost certain. There is some combination of events where it went to tiebreakers, and I haven't calculated the tiebreakers because they are scary.
Confirm top 4.
It's not even confirmed top 8, I don't think.
6 points it would definitely be.
I can construct a situation where it isn't.
I
think. Perhaps I can't.
Yeah, because Luna, Language Hacker, Kayla's Luna, Killing All Day, Leandro Leal, Dreadeye, Monsanto, Nalgidon. That's 8 players. Would not be able to pass him.
Okay.
The 6 points is top 8 right now.
It's just
Dreadeye's at 5, can't earn more. Monsanto's at 5, can't earn more. Nalgidon's at 5, can't earn more.
You're right. You're right.
Luna's at 4, can't earn more. Language Hacker at 3, Kayla's Luna at 2, Killing All Day at 2, Leandro Leal at 1. Yeah, so 6 points right now is top 8. Guaranteed.
I'm sure I worked out it wasn't, but you are correct. Yeah. No, it's only 3 people can get to 6 equal with him, not 4, because there's only 3 more matches. Somebody's got to lose.
Yep.
The banter, no hands, and pun can all equal it. But either way, Killing has faced step 2 of this 3-step process of losing the game. You can hit him for 7. Get out swinging.
Yep. Double buckler.
Sure.
And here come the embers.
Step 3.
Try and like limit the power on board, make GamerRvg not be able to play anything else.
Yeah.
I don't think that's lethal right now, but
I mean, 5 plus 6.
oh wait, yeah,
11,
it is.
14. It's exact.
It is. I forgot that he would have mana for the buffs. I forgot that he just has 1,000,000 mana. On order to go for it. There you go. GamerRvg locks in a top 8 spot. He's going to playoffs, first season of GM. And this is where we say goodbye to Killing All Day. For now. That'll be his last match of Grandmasters. Maybe.
Yep, all dependent on those Masters Tour results, and the only reason I'm talking less about GamerRvg is we get to see him again tomorrow, where he'll try to get into that top 4 to lock in his slot for later in the year. But Killing All Day, another player that's given us, especially you, actually it's given me as well, because I used to have to write things for you to read about Killing All Day. Plenty of entertainment for many, many years now, and as with it, nearly everybody in these 12-player promotion, or 4 players survival, more like, it's a shame to see them to go, but thanks to Killing All Day for all the good memories.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I was a fan of Killing All Day for much longer than he was in GM. This is only his 3rd season. He was only in GM just for last year. So now he's just back in my mind to underdog status, right? A player like you go in and you just don't have the expectations, and then he just blows all those expectations out of the water. It gets so close again. And now, like, it's back to me being able to dream about Killing All Day again, right? and what he can do in the future. This is gonna sound weird, but it almost felt unnatural that he was in GM because he accomplished it. It was the same as when he qualified for the World Championship in 2019. I was like, what do I do now? Like, he made it. Like, and so now I can go back to just, you know, refreshing each round of a Masters Tour. Like, where's Killing All Day? Where's Killing All Day?
I'm looking.
He's at 6-2 again. Is he gonna make the tiebreaker? Oh no, he didn't make it.
No.
All right,
For the third.
on to the next Masters Tour.
I mean, TJ actually asked me to write the prep sheet for that World Championship, and my Killing All Day section was literally just a fact check of all the things TJ's ever lied about Killing All Day. It was just like, no, he didn't come 9th, 9th, 9th. He actually came 9th, 10th, 10th, etc., etc.
Yeah,
I didn't get fired.
He actually didn't come 9th, 9th, 9th. He got 9th, 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 9th. So you're right. I did lie. It was 5 9ths, not 3. And now add another 9th onto that sheet because for all intents and purposes, everybody below 8 is tied for 9th.
Got it.
Because
I'm with this.
So he's another 9th for Killing All Day as he bows out of Hearthstone Grandmasters. Still a chance that he can make it to last call if he has the 2 Masters Tours of his life coming up here. But his run has ended for now. But again, thanks for all the memories. And GamerRvg secures that top 8, and we'll see him play tomorrow. Could even go as high as that top 2 if Rosen were to lose later on today. But that was just our first match. It felt like so much happened.
Yeah, it really did. Trust me.
Like, Neil was here, then he was gone, then Sada was here, then Sada was gone, then Neil was back, and then it felt like Neil and I cast a full match of Hearthstone by ourselves, and it all happened within the span of one match. Crazy. Crazy how life passes like that. Incredible.
There's still
we got to go to a break.
3 more matches. Who knows? Maybe Raven will make an appearance. Maybe TJ will go missing. We just never quite sure on this broadcast. We're going to find out.
I sure hope not, but I'm about to let the dogs out, so
dogs
might just carry me away like a parade. All right.
Someone else really has gone. I've been doing it long enough, TJ.
All right, we're going to a break. We'll be right back with more America's Grandmasters. everybody. Welcome back to America's Grandmasters. I'm TJ, joined by Lorinda. For now.
For now.
Yeah. We're about to jump into our second match of the day here on quarterfinal Saturday. Neil, this is the last Saturday ever of a regular season of America's Grandmasters.
It's a shame. It's been fun being here. How can I just get gradually more sad or gradually more happy about this? I don't know which way to go. I've started in the middle of sort of being polite and responsive and a bit sad, melancholy maybe. But yeah, the last Saturday of regular season of America's Grandmasters. We've got 4 more broadcasts of America's Grandmasters before the final call Grandmasters. So how many final farewells have I got to say of how much I enjoyed?
A lot.
Enjoy a lot. Okay, I'll stay in the middle ground. It's a shame it's the last Saturday. Start writing. I've started. Yeah.
And we have a great match coming up next, not because it's 2 great players, battle between Pun and Frozen, but also because I feel like this match is just telling us to do something. It's speaking to us. Pun, Frozen.
Ah, I see. It's telling us to pun Frozen.
And
Like
this is
we've done so many times before.
It's like we've already done this.
Yeah, we should have
For
waited.
years.
Maybe we've blown it. We've done it too early.
Yeah.
There's
like
pun.
It's like a cosmic signal. All right, yeah. There's Pun. 38 and 22. 63.3% repeating, of course. Master Stores. Quite a good win percentage for Pun. He hasn't had like that super deep run. He's got a top 8. Like hasn't made like a finals or a top 4. That's what top 8 means. But just like solid performances all around, which is, you know, pretty impressive. One of the founding members of the Pony Dojo, which is one of, if not the largest collective of Hearthstone practice groups. Constantly running, different practice sessions,
Playtest tournaments,
community
in particular.
playtest tournaments. Yeah, they're meta analysis. Always players willing to practice. Deck list discussions, replays, deck power rankings, music. I'm in the Discord. I'm literally just going through all the channels.
Keep going. Yep.
There's a lot of it. Like specific preparation discords for all of the different Master Tours. They already have a prep Discord up for Master Tour 3, which isn't for like 5 weeks.
Wow.
Well, it's a lot of stuff. A lot of resources available to players in that. So being one of the founding members is, I think, quite the achievement. And there's Frozen.
Yep. Plays for Team Liquid, which is cool.
1 down.
How many to go? We never used to do this. We used to just be nice to him, talk about how he used to finish top of ladder every month and then win tournaments. And since he's been around for so long, we've deteriorated into just punning him because he's playing so well. He's even won one of the weeks this year, which for some reason isn't on that sheet. But, we'll fire that guy later again. And we're just silly people now to him. Quest Hunter for Frozen against the Shaman, which is not so nice for the Shaman. The Shaman being the best deck in Hearthstone at the moment when driven by the top players, I think.
Definitely, yeah. So many different avenues to victory in any individual game. And, like watching Fury Hunter play Bird Shaman is just like gives you a whole nother view on the deck than piloting it yourself, unless you're Fury Hunter and you're piloting it yourself, because then you get the best of both worlds. But yeah, one of the things that I also feel, Frozen is like one of the most accomplished Hearthstone players of all time. Despite not having like a super significant result in many years, he does like good enough in everything that he does that he's still in the top 10 money earners of all time in Hearthstone globally.
Yeah, and I think that might even be harsh. Like the MVP in China last year is actually a pretty big title. It's just that we don't see much of it, so it sort of gets put under the carpet a little bit, I guess.
Yeah, I'm talking about like in the Western circuits, like huge.
So you're right. He hasn't sort of won a Masters tour or anything. Yeah.
Hasn't participated in the World Championship since 2017. That kind of thing.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
But you know, point still stands. Like he's still done well in all of the systems that have been put in front of him since his second place World Championship run in 2017. And there are currently there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players in the top 10 that actually have won a world championship, and the only player that's above Frozen, never mind, Glory technically as well, that got runner-up at a world championship. Luna and Glory are two players that finished as runner-ups in a world championship that are above him. But Glory also won a world.
In the same way that I ruled Glory out as a past world champion when we were doing this last year, because he was the current world champion, or whichever year it was, he was the current world champion, so he couldn't be counted in the world champions list as past world champions. Yeah, we're good with statistics here in the Americas region.
Yeah,
we've made Americas consistently the best region for many years now, against all odds and logic. Yeah, he has been a terrific player. He's also still finds time to stream, and like Mercenaries, he picked it up incredibly quickly. He did fade a little bit, but day one, he was something like 35 wins ahead of second place, or day two, when Mercenaries came out, when he was rank 1 there. Just instantly identified a fairly good strategy, which turned out not to be that great, but no one could identify a way to beat it for the longest time, like 3 or 4 days. So he just went well clear, just a sign of how innovative he is to discover the things quickly. Reminds me of Dog in that regard.
Yeah, which is funny because Dog and Frozen finished 1-2 in the very first season of America's Grandmasters.
Ah.
Not in the playoffs.
Okay, if he wants to cavern.
Regular season.
And he does. Sorry, if he wants to save the coin. You want me to describe words like without missing some out, TJ? You know me better than that. He was trying to decide whether he wants to cavern.
I was like, this isn't adding up. He's got 2 mana. Coin gives you 1 mana. That leaves you with 3 mana. Caverns cost 4 mana. What am I missing?
But yes, a regular player in a regular curve deck would coin out a 3 into a 4 there, which is what the decision was, and I absolutely endorse this decision.
Yep. Frozen just planning for a Drekthar here on turn 4 to match the Wild Paw Cavern. And I can imagine Frozen kind of expected this as a play. I believe both Drekthar Wild Paw Caverns were kept in the opening hands for both players.
Bam.
And there you have it. Pretty good.
Yeah. He gets his 3 minions instantly for 4 mana, and Pun has to wait.
Yeah, but Pun's... I can't do it. I can't do it. I had like 3 different puns at the top of my mind about how...
They freeze.
They freeze. Yep. And I started off with the word "but pun," and it tangled me up. I couldn't complete it. It's too easy.
Just the time that you were talking about Frozen's hero being frozen, hadn't realised the pun you were making. I think I tried to break you on that day, and that's stayed with you. You're trying to get revenge, and I'm sure you'll manage it as well. You tend to succeed in your ventures of revenge.
Yeah, and like at any point in this matchup, you could be like, all right, he's frozen. And no matter when you say it, you're correct.
Novice Zapper?
In some regard or another.
Because 4 health minions and lots of damage in hand?
Sure, yeah.
and then don't play it because you want to probably frostbite something next turn.
See, he's frozen.
Let it go, TJ.
Pun.
I'm sure I couldn't hear you. I'm sure it wasn't like that. I couldn't hear anything, but I particularly couldn't hear you and Subtle. I'm sure it wasn't like this. Do you miss him already?
All right. So there's like a little board clear puzzle going on here. Frozen can like overwhelm. Never mind. I was gonna say he'd get another Dragonbane shot if he like wound praise, then trades the Blood Mage Thanos into the other one, and then Dragonbane shots the one that he wound praise.
Right. Yeah, all the 1s and 3s and 4s and 2s don't seem to add up correctly to what he wants to do, but here he goes. He'll have to do. Thanos just didn't interact in the way he wanted it to, obviously. The numbers.
Yeah, well, he could have had the extra Dragonbane shot and only used the wound prey instead in the way that I mentioned, but he would have had to trade the Viper in as well, and it would have been frozen. It's Viper.
This is a pretty nice clear. Are there any other quests, by the way, that when you complete them, a massive red arrow comes out and points at what the words on the card say? Like, your hero power, this is it, big red arrow. Like, are Hunter players different or something that they need help like that?
Oh, sorry. Yes, they are.
Okay.
Moving on. Enthusiastic banker. Pretty cool. End point. Continue.
No, I was just being mean to Hunter players, really, in general. Because I know Raven plays Hunter. So it's easy target.
Yeah. The rest of the people that play Hunter, which is like most of Hearthstone players at one point or another, are just collateral damage in order to make fun of Raven.
Yep, absolutely. Long may it continue.
I didn't even see what went into the enthusiastic banker.
No, I didn't. I saw just a dark.
Oh, Brucon. Oh, okay. Nice. Now Frozen knows that there's a Brucon in there.
Actually really helpful because of the health gain's pretty large. Health gain plus armor, 11 health back, whilst you're still building up your own army of things.
Yeah. Has there even been a battle cry played? I don't.
Yeah, he played his first Dungeoneer because I think he plays 2 Dungeoneers.
Ah, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Let me just double check you real quick. Yep, played the Dungeoneer. You're correct. So the Brave Macaws are Dungeoneers. But if that's the case, you'd probably just play your Dungeoneer instead. Then you might be able to hit a battle better.
Yeah, because it's better than the power. And if you need another Dungeoneer, well, yeah. There's no Dungeoneer, but there's one over there.
Yeah. The biggest question is if he even wants to attack here, because I don't think you want to accelerate Frozen's quest progress. And you're going to have minions on the board no matter what. It's just going to happen.
Yeah.
Just check. No mutinous. Okay.
Got to do Mutus checks, got to do Viper checks. Getting so complicated. Back in the day, we just talked about anything but Hearthstone, and now these newfangled kids playing actual serious games. Oh.
Yeah. Frozen can actually complete Tavish here with an arcane shot. I think he arcane shot face because these minions are still going to. No, because he's going to actually play Tavish, so he wants to kill off the the freezing minion.
It's getting more difficult.
So he's not frozen.
Or easier. Yep, that one goes face. And
funny in this particular game, Frozen is trying very hard to simultaneously be frozen and not frozen.
Wow. That's like tricky.
Yeah, it makes you really think.
Whew. That's that. How could you do that? There must be a way.
Hey, he's probably the only player who plays Hearthstone, like ever, who loves being frozen.
You got many left? Are you still going? I'm impressed.
Those aren't really puns. Well, that's a pun right there.
Yeah.
He's
The other one's
trying to make a
frozen.
turn right now, but yeah, but he's frozen.
Nice pun. But Frozen's nice as well.
This is pretty nice from pun. Yeah, you're right.
Any stuff in the way of the Tavish. And you'll see what he goes with. He does go with a healing. So he's going to outlast, which makes sense. We'll try to outlast.
Yep. Frozen just right away, like, yep. Yep. And yep. All right, get a quick shot again, hero power again, then end with a Ridling's rifle. Isolate the Fury's Howl in hand. Just like beautiful mana expenditure, a lot of damage being pushed. Can get an ice trap going on here. Potentially.
That would be a very nice
Ideally.
trap, actually, if he finds it.
Yep.
A
Picks
nice
a trap instantly.
Now the game kind of starts. As TJ registers what I just said.
Yeah. And also, I simultaneously registered the fact that he got a freezing trap.
Oh. I like that this has happened to Frozen, like in terms of this cast has happened to him, as well as the Hearthstone that's happening to him. Through no fault of his own, he's only played a freezing trap. All the rest of it is Pun's fault. The Pun is obviously the Pun person here. And Frozen's the frozen one.
It's not our fault that he's frozen.
No. Right. I was going to say let's get serious, but we're way past that effort. It's never happening today. He's got the landslide. He wants to do that. Doesn't. Guess there are other minions in the deck somewhere.
Yeah, he blew last turn, so he wants to get the overdraft damage through and be able to put another minion on board, which is Brucon, which he's hoping for healing. Nope.
Kind of healing.
Okay, damage.
And don't forget he gets to do it again. And he's got the 6 damage as well as another 2 rolls next turn.
So this is, I don't want to say likely lethal, but it's a lot of damage.
In the worlds where it's not lethal, it's a likely heal, put it that way. Which gets him another go. If Pun gets there.
That is lethal.
1, 2, 3, 5.
Yeah, he hero powers face, then piercing shots the novice. Oh no, it's one off. One off. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I've got.
He can get an explosive.
If he hits in, he's much more likely to... No, he's dead anyway if he doesn't hit in. It's tough.
Yeah. Oh wait, no, it is lethal because he piercing shots that. Yeah, it's lethal. Hero power piercing shot.
You're right. Yeah. And he's shaking his head because he had also...
Yeah. I mean, he found it at exact same time as we found it, right? Like, because he was going through the thought process of, okay, I need to win from hand because there's taunts in the way, but then didn't realize that he had a way to bring a minion down to 1 health regardless.
Which is like going for face for 2 damage, which is the damage we were trying to find.
Yeah, but he found it, which is the important part. So nice little spot at the end for him to figure out that piercing shot, because he looked disappointed when he didn't hit explosive trap because he's like, oh, I'm dead. But then he took a look at the board again. He's like, wait, that's a 1 health minion, piercing shot, boom, 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 boom. and got it done. So that's a win for Frozen on the Quest Hunter. And now Pun has some options here, actually. Pun playing Libram Paladin. As just a couple Libram Paladins, which is crazy. 2 Libram Paladin players 2-0'd their group after players complaining that they had to play Libram Paladin in Trio last week.
Hang on.
They realized, wait, Libram Paladins actually has some good matchups. And
it won.
Standing.
It won 2.
It won the week.
And the one it didn't win, nobody played it.
Yeah. Yep.
So, you know, maybe we've all been wrong to laugh at Lib and Paladin all along, but I'm going to keep doing it anyway. Now, this is interesting. He has queued the Demon Hunter into the Quest Hunter here, which I think is slightly worse than the Paladin, but the Paladin's just good against the other decks, so he wants to preserve it, I think, is my reason.
Yeah, there's the Quest Fell Demon Hunter for Frozen on the other side, as well as Warrior. And it is a Control Warrior.
Yes.
Similar to what we saw from Casey and Bunny Hopper also, right?
Yep.
In Europe Grandmasters, where it does not run the Kazakhstan, and it broke Raven.
Yeah, it's like, but it's an 8/8. It's just one card. It's just one card.
Like, you couldn't just squeeze it. Just one card. Any of these cards.
Just one.
And then I'll narrate Europe Grandmasters, and then Sottle rebutted with a fantastic point of, because you're not playing Kazakhstan, you can play things like Armor Vendor, Cargo Guard, Kresh, Lord of Turtling, Mutinous, and double Rustrot Viper. It's a very targeted deck.
Just one card.
But it's just one card that you just can't play until like really late into the game. Like,
But
really.
isn't it worth it? Just for, but we've seen games.
Yeah, but it's just one card. It's just one card. We'll get there if
where there's
Frozen...
no win condition. Surely it's just one card, TJ.
Yeah, we'll get to that point. We'll cross that bridge.
Yeah, that ship has not sailed. The bridge is still available.
The bridge is frozen.
Wait, what? All right. Pun's got quite a good hand here. He's got some health gain, some removal, some card draw. He needs to double down a little bit on the card draw, and he could be in a good spot if he can complete that quest.
Yep.
And Frozen kind of has the opposite going on. Not a lot so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's got some stuff. Like, he can... It's not like his hand's doing nothing. It's doing something. But the tough part of this matchup is actually, like, getting to the point where you complete quests before the Demon Hunter just, like, executes their game plan, which they don't need anything in order to do that. They don't need minions on the board. They just need card draw. And you do need to also find a way to sort of play around Glide by trying to complete Tavish the same turn that you can play it. But your quest will usually be delayed because the Demon Hunter is not putting minions on the board. So you have to kind of create your own opportunities like we just saw from Frozen to get minions and use those spells that require minions to target. Pun here thinking, is it worth Spectral Sight? Because if you don't hit like a tradable, something to actually get that first quest completion out of the way, you can kind of sometimes feel like it's wasted. You're still drawing cards. You're getting closer to more card draw in the deck. But I think he can afford to just wait a turn and ship some damage at the face.
Yeah, also the extra mana could come in handy next turn for if he draws another Spectral Sight, for one example. It's just a nicer way of going, I think. Like you say, he's got time. He's got the Fellscreen Blast in hand. He should be okay for health going forward.
Yeah.
What I always find weird about this Hunter deck is, or what I found weird watching the good players play it this week, is you just play your cards. Look, aim shot, you, bam. Leaves nothing, but it aim shots you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Brutal.
Let's play the cards. I like that play from Frozen because he saw the keep on the Spectral. I believe it was keeped. So he knows that like that card's there in the far left, and he really doesn't want a coin to be coming off the top of his deck. So it may seem inefficient, but he wants to play around Glide as best he can.
Could be important. 7 mana Jace is actually pretty relevant. The Hunter's not killing you that quickly.
Yeah, I mean, he's got Fel Barrage, Eldrazi Warblades. So, like, the Jace damage is starting to ramp up a little bit.
No card draw is the current weakness, but...
Need for Greed off the top. Can fix that in a hurry.
That would be, yeah. That would be, yeah. What an amazing piece of commentary.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, that's Drekthar sorted out.
I was thinking that's 8 damage to the face sorted out.
Oh, yeah.
You give frozen minion targets, but let's count here. You deal 8 damage now, and you hero power. Frozen goes down to 13. Next turn, you Eldrazi Warblade's hero power down to 10.
Ooh.
And then the next turn, you Jace again, and you have 10 damage with double the 2 Fel Barrages that you played and the Eldrazi Warblade swing.
But what about if you play the Warblades first?
Like now, like right now. You
just right now.
Right now.
Warblades, just chill. Yeah, you're always going to get it done in 3-turn lethal. Like you said.
I want to ship it now.
He's shipping.
Yeah. It's mana efficient, because then that leaves him some mana to do other things next turn, like play a Fury or Chaos Strike, anything like that. So this is a 3-turn lethal setup if Frozen doesn't play any minions.
The only reason I'd have considered doing it the other way was for the immediate health gain to make sure you get your 3 turns, but it's fine. Next turn's plenty. Like you say, you might pick up a Fury or something.
Yeah. And Frozen doesn't really have an opportunity here. He's got to complete Tavish and just say, if you have Glide, you have Glide. You kept that one card. It was Spectral Sight. You played it. And so now I'm just hoping that if you do have it, it's not an outcast position. I just have to get my Tavish out because I'm taking a lot of damage.
And... Duff.
That is actually fantastic because those are huge. He's hero powered every turn.
6-4?
And so now this is going to put Frozen off of playing the Tavish.
Yeah, he'd just die on the spot.
Yeah. That is a great pickup.
Okay, well, he can deal with this, but then he's going to get Jace to the face. Probably in 2 turns' time now, but sure.
I mean, you could do it next turn. It puts a big body on the board. Yeah, I just like doing it next turn. Deals 8 damage to your opponent and puts a 7/5 on board.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Frozen's like, oh, I could have done this more efficiently, but this is fine. He still would have only had 1 Dragonbane shot in hand because the bullet shot on one of the minions would have only dealt 1, which he would have still had to have 2 damage sources. So in order to clear the board, he would have had to part ways with another Dragonbane shot. This way, he has a bullet shot in hand. The other way, he would have had 2 extra damage to face, but no bullet shot.
Meanwhile, for Pun, he did it this way around just because it is just more sensible, I think. Sets up the lethal in the world where Frozen doesn't play Tavish. He plays Tavish. He's going to just blow it up nice and safely.
Oh, this is smart. This is really smart because now the Fel Barrages are 50-50. If he hadn't bullet shot this, Pun had lethal. Oh, never mind. He's got a 4-day. No, never mind. He has the Kirchhoff's hero power. So he goes down. So now the Fel Barrages are guaranteed.
Yep. Wow. That looked like the opposite way around to how that matchup's supposed to work, with the Demon Hunter just going, I'm going to launch spells at your face repeatedly.
Yeah, that was cool. I like the way that Pun played that. Looked at his hand and it's like, I can just kill him. The Kirchhoff was a massive pickup, however. The Kirchhoff really changed things. But I just liked where his mind was at with the game plan in general. Nicely done, and equalizes the series. And theoretically, this is how last year's standing should play out: 1 win, 1 win, 1 win, 1 win, 1 win, with the player that got the first win, assuming the decks are equally well built. having the advantage because they get to counter last. But now Frozen gets to decide what he wants to queue into the Questfell Demon Hunter. And I think it's fine to just queue up the Warrior here.
Yep, I think so too. You'd rather run it into...
Yeah, that okay. That's what I was thinking too. You beat the Demon Hunter, and then you got to win, and then you get Paladin versus Warrior, which is tough, but doable.
I mean, that Paladin's just tough against all three of these decks. So yeah, let's get the Warrior.
Yeah,
a matchup that you can try out. Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah,
all right.
But I think you'd rather just get a quote unquote easy win with the Warrior here, and then have like 2 chances at the Libram Paladin, because otherwise you'd be in a Questfell Demon Hunter mirror with no players having an advantage, and if you lose that, then you're kind of in a rough spot where you have to you only get one essentially only get one chance. But here we go.
Spectral Sight, where you want the Spectral Sight. Put the Spectral in his sights, and he's picked up a Need for Greed, which is not what he wanted. Yet.
Yeah. So, difference in this Warrior versus some of the other Warriors, which can sometimes be tough, is you have cards that you can just play. You have more cards that you can just play. You got Armor Vendors, you got Cargo Guards, you got Kresh. So you're a little bit less susceptible to Glide. You also have a ton more armor gain. You don't have a lot of things that are going to be clogging up your hand. You can get to a point where you're fatiguing your opponent quite often.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think
you sacrifice other matchups that have like more less finite damage sources.
Yes.
Than Demon Hunter. But you make up for that with when there are decks with finite damage sources like Demon Hunter, where you can just outlast them.
Yeah, I think I prefer it from what we've seen. We've looked at the other deck and sort of often just said, well, they can't do anything. We saw Killing yesterday. Just couldn't play cards. It was just a handful of nothing. I think it was Killing. Somebody ended up in a situation where they just couldn't play anything. And their hand was just full of brawls and removal. But it wasn't very good removal. It wasn't really helping. So just a chance to play a minion here, there, constantly not have to worry about which card to dump because they're all useless. I like the idea. Percentage-wise, I'm not sure which is actually the best to bring. Players seem split on it, but in the more traditional sense of not clogging up my hand, I agree with you entirely there. Pun's got a
It doesn't even play Bulwark, by the way.
Yeah, I noticed that. That's just deemed a cloggy card. I think, have we seen many games, and obviously that they exist, where Bulwark has actually changed the outcome?
Yes, but it's always when you like play Bulwark on 3.
Yes.
Like, those are the games where it's been the best. Because like almost every deck now runs a Viper, is what it feels like, or can. Like these decks where you have a chance anyway. And so it almost always gets Bulwark, or
Vipered? At least you didn't ooze
Bulwark. Oh, yeah.
Alright. Ooze it, you lose it.
There's a lot of armor already.
It really is. Talking of that finite damage.
Like, it's been a long time since I've seen this much armor on turn. Actually, I don't think I've seen this much armor on turn 4.
Yeah,
like
I'm looking
ever.
at it thinking it's a misprint. It's like, how's he... Oh, I've just watched the game and still don't know how he's got 22 armor this quickly.
You want to, like, sword and board your armor vendor?
Just to get more.
Yeah, just to, like, player on Glide even that much more, you know?
We have seen how Frozen treats his minions in previous weeks. It just seems... Mutinous, kill Mutinous every time. The matchup's so weird everywhere at the moment. You're firing at your own stuff a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Cutting class?
I don't think he wants the cutting class. Not until he's
Of course,
confident glide isn't there. Yeah, he'd rather have the cutting class in his deck to refill. He's got enough cards.
Yeah, that's fair. And my argument would be that you might not get glided if there's a glide about because your opponent has so many cards themselves they haven't been dumping, so they probably haven't got it.
Yeah,
I'd have been
but
wrong because you see the dumping now.
Yeah, on 7 mana, like, I think he's perfectly fine. And the cutting class hold is good because that's a card that's going to draw 2 in his deck as opposed to, you know, like thinning out his hand potentially with more cards to dump.
Yeah,
Gets it back.
Yep, rewarded. In theory, Pun would have more card draw. In practice, no.
Ooh, Crash though. Crashitize me.
So much armor.
And gonna switch
Turtled.
weapon in case this is killed. Ooh, skull. Nice.
Yep. This deck does it all.
That's free. That's free. That's free. It's all free.
Nice. It did draw 3 cards, so that's what it did. I wonder if that's how it started off being made.
Oh,
Trouble is here. Yeah.
never mind. I won't expand on that. I'll just let that one sizzle a little bit.
What, the draw 3 cards?
Yeah.
You only just got there like a minute later. Okay.
Yeah. I was itching my ear, so I was fully focused on that. I had a point that I was going to say before I got distracted by 2 separate things. Oh, mutants is a possibility here.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But what's he to do? Like, he's got to assemble so much damage already with a deck that is not built to do huge amounts of damage relative to Warrior. It's okay, a huge amount of damage is 26 or something, sure, but it's not built to do 65 or wherever Frozen's headed right now.
Yeah.
So he really needs to take a chance or two, so I quite like that chance that he took there. The more you mess around, the more armor Frozen's going to have.
I love this.
Does it again. Hates
Yeah,
his minions.
Banks the armor. Swings with the Outrider's axe as well. Doesn't play the cutting class. He's showing so much like glide respect and patience here.
Mm-hmm. Impressive to watch. I love watching Frozen when he's on his best, and he has been on his best all this season. So I love watching Frozen.
Great film.
It's probably better cartoons, yeah.
Maybe an awkward draw. That's fine.
Now he draws some cards just to tick away.
So many weapons. Didn't find removal a ton available. Is he going to Rancor this? All right.
Job's done.
Is this a Jace?
Does he need to max the Jace though?
I think he's gonna. Is he gonna? He can glide though. He could dump like everything and then glide.
Okay, yeah, I prefer that. I think he's getting the most he can out of the barrages as well.
It's actually a lot of damage.
It really is. There's been a lot. I reckon there's been 40 armor this game, something like that, and they've just gone.
Yeah. He's gonna glide.
The whole.
That's one Illidari studies and 2 glides, the 2 natural glides. He's got 1. What?
Combo's gonna get eaten.
I
Potentially.
mean, you almost never have anything to hit the combo into. What's funny is that if Mutinous eats the Jace or the Talented Arcanist and Pun... No, if it eats the Jace and Pun picks up expendable performers, he just
But there's also Mechtherodon that you can just eat as well from where Frozen's sat, and that's just game.
Yeah. Well, I'm just
Then you
looking
start-
from like our all-knowing caster knowledge.
I think he's looking at playing Mutinous and Bladestorm on the same turn, and for that to work, he's got to get rid of this stupid Arcanist first.
What now?
Yeah, but
Makes
you
any sense?
really want to get the Jace before it kills you. If it's there, you know?
You do. Yeah, I thought he just doesn't want the other thing to be there so he can Bladestorm if needed, I think.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage. He's gonna get 2 rank 3 Furies. Did he play a rank 2 Fury?
Got the Arcanist as well.
Yeah, Arcanist is a toss-up, however. 8 cards left in deck. He's got double jump, double fell screen blast, Viper, Mechtherodon, 2 Need for Greeds, and expendable performers. So he has played a Fury. And
Probably
it was
a
rank 2. Yeah, it was rank 2. This is 8 damage plus 6 damage.
Plus a chance of
14.
Arcanist. Oh, he's saving
Plus
the
8,
Arcanist.
22 plus double chaos strike. It's 20. Is it 26? It's 26. Plus a hero power. 28.
That's plenty.
That's lethal.
Fury's 4 more. The other Fury's 3 more. That's 7. Double strike.
lethal.
That's 10. Yeah.
Amidst the flames.
I get less than you, but that's because I'm not looking at the deck tracker because I think it might have eaten my computer earlier. I think it mutinous my headset. Obviously it didn't, but you know. I'm pretty sure it's lethal too.
Yeah, because he got 2 chaos strikes in there.
Right.
Yeah, lethal.
Yeah, easy. It was how long he took to do it that made me start to doubt myself there. It was only 1 away, but he also had the Arcanist as an option if he wanted to gamble on it anyway.
Yeah, I was off with my calculations, but I wasn't off with my call. It was lethal. There we go. Yeah, he dealt 70 points of damage that game, I'd say, give or take.
Yep.
Which is a lot. That's not usually... it's not what I was expecting, how I was expecting that matchup to go at all. To be quite honest with you. Frozen did end up having to take a lot of damage from sources that he didn't want to. He took 7 from by having to swing into the Kurtrus. He took 6 by having to swing into one of the Kurtrus demons. Like he never got like a foothold on anything. Even if he had Mutinous there, like it was only a 1 in 3 to get the Jace. So like that could have changed the outcome, but I don't disagree with like what he went for, because he would have had to have exactly Fury into Jace to have enough damage to kill him, and Frozen had to whiff on more armor gain that turn. Like he could have hit Cargo Guard, he could have hit Armor Vendor, he could have hit Frozen Buckler, which he hadn't even played up until that point. So there was a lot of hits that he could have gotten even at the end there. But now he's in a tough spot. All he has left is the Quest Fell Demon Hunter. And he's got a mirror match and then Libram Paladin. So
Yep, he's got to win them both, else he'll be eliminated.
get it? Elsa?
See? Get it? Because it's there.
You guys in the back, did you get that?
Well, we'd got like a whole 5 minutes without one, so.
What are you talking about? We've had a pun the whole time.
Yeah. Wow, he must hate us. And if he doesn't, when he watches this broadcast, he soon will.
Every game has just been nonstop pun. Just over and over again.
Yep. The other guy's just getting frozen out. Which is weird because it's pun that's trying to get frozen out.
Wait, hold on. We gotta stop for a second. That cam is frozen.
I see.
Your cam's frozen or Pun's cam's frozen?
No, that cam is frozen. Still frozen. I guess it's just gonna have to be frozen for the rest of the game until he loses.
And it won't be frozen anymore.
It'll be somebody else. All right, Neil and I have become experts on this matchup. We've watched a ton of it.
I played a ton of it, but I didn't have some of the key cards.
Demon Hunter Mirrors. Here, I'll break it down.
Glide.
Glide. That's word 1.
That's it.
Point 2, Mactherodon, and C, Expendable Performers.
The old 1-2-C of Demon Hunter Mirrors.
Yeah.
Easy as 1-2-C.
You just have to kind of do, like, there's a couple breakpoints you have to hit, right? Sometimes you can just burst them out of the game if you get like a high damage start, and they don't. It's kind of like tempo based in a way where you always kind of want to be the first player to do something and force your opponent to respond, and eventually they won't be able to respond anymore, right? Oftentimes we see a player like check with Mactherodon is like, all right, I'm gonna play Mactherodon. If that hits for 12, I'm in a good spot. If you kill it, then I play my next high tempo thing. All right, I'm gonna play Kurtrus, force you to respond. All right, I'm gonna play Jace and force you to respond. If we end up getting to a point where like one player has a win condition left and the other doesn't, then sure, that player's gonna win. But oftentimes it ends before that, right? Like one player's gonna fail that check before the other player. So it ends up being like this huge tempo war of whoever gets that first initiative, whoever has that first threat check, oftentimes ends up in the lead because they're the one controlling the pace. They're the one controlling like, okay, when do I glide? Follow, like put a big threat, follow it up with card draw, make my opponent spend their whole turn trying to think about how to deal with it and not how to progress their own game plan. So it kind of feels like players are just doing things, killing stuff, dealing damage, and nobody comes out on top. But it really does just feel like it's about tempo, and whoever has the initiative of that first checkpoint, that first big threat, oftentimes comes out ahead.
And this is what's making it difficult for Pun right now. He has, in 2 turns' time, a Mactherodon clear. But he knows he's going to get Glidden by then. And if he does, he's lost so much cards in hand, just so much time wasted, that's just a really slow play. He's much better off trying to complete quest, reduce some cards. But the way you complete the quest is drawing cards. So I think we'll end up seeing him just dump an Immolation or something weird here. Oh, he's just going to go for it. Okay.
Yeah, I think there were only 2 options there. Okay. Option 1. Yeah, so Mactherodon, the warders are not targetable immediately. I know exactly what Pun just dealt with right now.
Oh, just
not
animation
targetable
things?
immediately. The entire animation has to complete before you can target the warders from Mactherodon. You play Mactherodon enough, you understand this. So it's not, it happens every time. It's not something that just happens sometimes. So Pun just didn't make his decision fast enough. It's part of the game. It's been there for a long time. It's a big deal though, because now instead of only needing one piece to And Frozen has also just made a pretty big error. Gnarg was an outcast minion. His glide cost 3 because he had an Illidari Studies debuff on. He really wanted to glide, but he wasted his debuff. Got a little bit ahead of himself, and now he's in some trouble because Pun can clear this Magtheridon with what he has. It's possible that even post-glide, Pun would have been able to clear the Magtheridon, but not what Frozen was trying to do there.
Yeah.
And there's...
I was looking at it thinking, what's going on here? Because I couldn't work out why he was upset, and I realised, as you described it.
Yeah. So it worked out for Pun in the end.
The whole point is he wanted to fail screen blast because he wanted to have a 1 card out of Immolation or after the glide. But yeah, those mistakes, want to call them, sort of cancel each other out.
I think Frozen's is much larger.
I mean, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But the likelihood is Pun had a very good chance of being able to clear after a glide anyway, had his initial thing gone through. And now Frozen's up against it. He's going to have to fire everything he can at this.
Yeah. I was going to say, what's funny is now Pun's going to be like, all right, Frozen doesn't have a glide. He's just trying to play around my glide.
Yeah.
But Pun's going to play the Fury anyway, just in case, because he also wants to glide next turn. Little does he know.
Go ahead, Pun, make my day. Oh, performers. So you can clear it next turn. Not in an ideal fashion, but...
No, but like Magtheridon and performers are kind of like 1 for 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they're both like these weird win conditions. I do think that Expendables, like the way it matches up, Pun will then have Expendables for Frozen's Magtheridon, which is much better than the other way, than having a Magtheridon for the performers. Because you actually have something that you can deal damage to reset your hero power post Kurtrus. So Pun, I would say, is quite far ahead at this point. Again, it's all about the tempo. So he's got the tempo advantage right now because Pun can do whatever he wants to advance his own game plan here. And he can attack for 12, whereas Frozen will have to spend his entire next turn reacting to the Magtheridon. But then Pun is already on the next step. He's already dealing damage. He's already loading up his Jace. He's already finding his Kurtrus.
Yeah, and he's got the choice now, actually, of playing this Need for Greed, which is so tempting when it's glowing lovely gold like that for 3. But also there's the option of just Chaos Strike into Warblades and hit you. And who cares about cards? And that's what he's going to go with, a mixture of the two.
Yep.
He's doing exactly what you were describing, which is clearing up. And that 12 damage, even in the worlds where you recover from it and don't die, it's 12 damage more they've done to you than you're going to do to them in the whole game.
Yep.
We've seen it time and again that it's a weird sort of tempo advantage, right? It's almost the word I'm looking for. I knew it was my job to know words. It's almost a straight race advantage, except it's a very long, winding straight race.
Yeah. You're going straight, but you're also curving, right?
Yeah. Exactly like that.
You're going straight, but you're turning at the same time. I completely understand.
You're rotating but you're going straight.
Yeah.
How'd you get it?
Like the teacups at
That's exactly it. Yep. They're rotating while you're rotating, while the whole thing's rotating on the Earth, which is rotating around the sun, which is
it's just like layers of rotation, right? It's like an onion being peeled on a teacup.
Yeah. Well stirred in a pot.
You're peeling back the layers of the onion while you're rotating on a platform that's rotating on a larger platform that's rotating on an Earth that's rotating.
That's terrifying, I think. Is this lethal?
Yes. It's exactly lethal. Cool.
Thought it might be.
Got there. Good spot, Neil. Great spot. All right. And there you have it.
My head
Pun
was
wins
spinning,
3-1.
TJ.
Yeah, I know. It was like we were rotating there. You talk about rotating so much, you start to rotate yourself. There you have it. Pun defeats Frozen and moves up slightly in the standings. Frozen's still in a good spot. I know that that's not the way he wanted to go out on a mistake like that. Pretty brutal. But he obviously, you know, his game plan was there. He just got a little bit ahead of himself. But Frozen's still good in the standings. He's still guaranteed playoffs, and I don't think he's not guaranteed top 4,
But very likely.
but very likely top 4,
And quite possibly top 2.
and possibly top 2, because there are still players that are far down in the standings that are left in the tournament that can't get 7 points. Like Pun, if Pun wins out, he ends at 7 points. If NoHandsGamer wins out, he ends at 7 points. So like if that's the final, like NoHandsGamer versus Pun, and the semifinals is McBanterFace, I don't know.
It's possible. I'm just going to let you keep digging. I love watching you dig holes while I'm looking at the answers. It's great.
Guaranteed top 8, likely top 4, unlikely top 2, but possible with tiebreakers. We'll leave it at that for Frozen. So he put himself in a good spot just by making it to the quarterfinals this week, and he's had a good season. We'll just leave it at that.
One last thing about that. Do you know which Marvel character Frozen's actually scared of?
No.
Or? Anyway, I'll let you ponder that.
That went over my head because I don't know any Marvel characters.
Is it Thor's? Anyway, like melting, you know? You get that?
Oh, because his name's Froze. Oh, I get it. Oh my gosh.
Because he's a bear? Yeah. Anyway.
Because he's a bear. These are paws, by the way. Really big paws. Bear, get it? All right.
Well done.
Pun now has guaranteed 5 points, so still not safe, right? Still not in the top 8. This was a necessary step for Pun not to be eliminated. And if he wins in the semifinals, a whole nother door is open, right? It's called the 6 points door. It's a great door. On the other side of it is a top 8 most likely. So that semifinals for Pun tomorrow is going to be a pretty big deal for him. But again, we're still only halfway through the weekend, so it's like
Through the weekend, the last 2 matches. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff's left to go. And we're halfway through the weekend. We also happen to be halfway through the day with 2 matches down and 2 to go, which means we got to go to our halftime break before we bring you our last 2 matches. But don't fret, because Neil maybe, I will certainly be back. Neil is kind of a toss-up. It's 50-50 right now. But we're going to go to break, so don't go anywhere. More America's Grandmasters right after this. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to America's Grandmasters. We've passed the halfway point of our final Saturday of a regular season of America's Grandmasters. It is. We're halfway done with it.
It's just going by. But we've still got half of it to come. And if the first half's anything to go by, it's going to be great because those two first matches I enjoyed thoroughly. Well, one and a half of them. The other half wasn't so good. I was trying to actually get to the match. But, you know, got my ticket, I got in, got my front row seat, and enjoyed the rest of it. And I'm still here so far. You haven't managed to mutinous me away yet.
So far. And now we got a good match coming up. It's McBanterFace versus DimitriKazov, the winner and the runner-up of Best Newcomer to America's Grandmasters of 2021. McBanterFace and DimitriKazov. Two players that came into the league last year and really impressed me and impressed a lot of people with their play. McBanterFace comes in, does okay, then does really well, and then goes to the World Championship. DimitriKazov comes in, does super well, loses anyway, but we respected him.
Absolutely.
Two different paths.
Wasn't just us, because we respect anybody. That's what we're like. We're very respectful people, as that last match showed. And I think DimitriKazov got a lot of respect amongst the whole community for the way he played last season. I don't respect his new room, but apart from that, you know, I preferred the old room with the interesting background and all that. But he has been playing great, and it's a big match today because DimitriKazov is battling for a top 2. He's locked in top 8. McBanterFace, on the other hand, really needs this win, or he probably, there's lots of probablys, the way the tiebreakers work, probably doesn't get into that top 8, although there is still a chance.
Yeah, but that chance is slim. But yes, still a chance. So big match for a lot of reasons. McBanterFace is playing the same lineup that we saw from GamerRvg a little bit earlier. They are teammates, so I would assume they practiced together. And came out of this with the same lineup. It's Quest Row. Wait, was it GamerRvg?
Yes, it was. Quest Rogue, Quest Hunter, Kazakhstan Druid, and a Demon Hunter.
Yeah, the Ramp Druid
combo
with Kazakhstan. Yeah.
And DimitriKazov, similar lineup. He's got the Poison Rogue, he's got the Druid and the Demon Hunter, and then he's got the Burn Shaman, which, as again, I will keep banging this drum in a format where you can ban a deck. I think it's an incredibly underrated deck, which goes against what some of the other casters say, but when you watch the top players play it, like the very top players play it, it is so versatile that I think we'll see a lot of this again at the Masters Tour next week.
I would agree. I would say that you're spot on, Neil. Spot on. DimitriKazov's going to cue the Weapon Rogue first. And we saw some sweeps with Weapon Rogue yesterday. It doesn't want to lose. Weapon Rogue it's like, you're disrespecting me? You're putting Vipers in your deck, and you're saying that I'm not a tier 1 deck? Well, I'm not going to let you lose. And
have a cloak.
that's what it does best. You can do anything you want. You can heal for 1 million. You can destroy the weapon. It doesn't matter. Weapon Rogue will find a way to win. That's what it feels like. This is a standard version of it. It's so tight with the lists that, like, I can't even imagine a single card difference in any situation from this.
Unless you're Raven, who would probably put in Kazakhstan for a win condition.
It's just one card.
Just one card. Who needs Swindle anyway?
Yeah, imagine just every time you want to cast Swindle, you just get an 8-man dummy that comes into your hand. You can't play it ever.
You just take out Scabs. It costs 8, so you could play it. If you could play Scabs, just play the 8/8.
Yeah. Instead of
in the deck.
completely removing the entire board, putting 8 points of damage on the board that's very hard to answer because it has stealth. Why not destroy the rest of your deck?
And you play it when you've destroyed all your deck. You play all of your cards, and then you play the Kazakhstan because there's no dragons in your deck, no other minions in your deck even, and then you do it all again. There's always a way to improve, TJ. You just got to think outside the box.
I like to think inside the box.
Yeah, they don't let me
Cozy
out of the
in there.
box very often.
Yeah.
Here we
Interesting
go. Decision for McBanterFace with a spectral sight in an awkward position. He does keep it.
Yep. DimitriKazov in the boring version, the boring one of the two that we've seen him in. No statue, no Charlie Chaplin, no hat, no guitar.
But I think he's got a different angle on the camera, at least. Like we saw different parts of that room yesterday. He's got a shank, though. Doesn't matter if you haven't got a Charlie Chaplin statue or a guitar or a hat stand. If you've got a shank, probably happy anyway.
Or an elephant. Forget about the elephant.
What about the elephant? Yeah. There are many other things as well.
Yeah.
But he's serious business this season. No time for elephants.
Serious business. No distraction. McBanterFace got a pretty decent opening here. Next turn could go trade the Need for Greed, Spectral Sight, get first quest completion. DimitriKazov, it's an okay hand because of the shank. The supporting cast for the shank is a little bit lacking. Just no poisons, but he can find those easily with the cutting class, 0 mana Secret Passage, a lot of other good things going on.
Yeah, and the key to this matchup for the Rogue is don't have a bad one, and this isn't a bad one. It's fine. McBanterFace, let's have a look through. 1 Viper, what a surprise. There you go, it's the 1 Viper build. Now it'll be interesting to see how Dimitri decides to approach this. Whether he wants to passage first so that he doesn't overload the passage when if he cutting class first. Not only is it more mana, so he can't spend it this turn, but also his hand might fill up, so he's doing it the sensible way. And it's some stuff. It's not ideal, but it's some stuff.
Yeah, you don't want to get glid.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to dump a couple of these just to not have them in your deck. But like it feels weird to throw out the Grow because by the time you get all the bleeds, the damage will be healed back up. But it's the only one that makes sense out of these, I feel. Obviously, the max damage potential of Garrote is much higher than the max damage potential of both Wicked Stab and Sinister Strike. Mm-hmm. But it's also the one that's hardest to use to get the max damage because you have to be so far in your deck. And its minimum damage, if you draw through your deck, is higher than the minimum damage of Sinister Strike and Wicked Stab. So kind of weird in that regard. Now that I think about it. Now that I said it out loud.
Yeah, the way he's done it means that all 3 of those cards can be used after the healing, because the bleeds can come out after healing. Whereas if he fires one of the other 2, it can just be absolutely healed back up immediately. So it did make logical sense. And obviously with those cutting classes with a prep, he is just at liberty to start loading everything up right now. Banter's got to find a plan. That's what the pause is here. The problem is Feld Barrage is the obvious choice, if you like, but you really want to save that in case there's a cloak happens. Don't really want to play your Fury because it does more next turn. So yeah. Hero powers.
There's more next turn, could be paired with healing, etc., etc. Just went through the process of elimination there. Ooh.
Another shank.
Another one.
Another one. Time to draw some cards and play some cards.
That's good.
Card. Another card. It gets you more cards.
That's good. Not good.
Card. That's
decent
damage. We've got 3 mana, even though he's played like 17 cards this turn. So he gets some more cards. Do you want the Silver Leaf? Yeah, you do, because it's cards after you get Glidden.
He wants to dump the prep.
Yep.
Makes sense. Also gives him more mana to work with the card draw. Plays around guides slightly. Paralytic poison. Now he's really got to think, though. You got to think here. Because if Viper is in hand and comes down now, or is picked up, then you've used a lot of poisons on this weapon. But if you don't play it, there's one more card in your deck that you can get glid. All right.
All right.
Viper? Glide. McBanterFace. McBanterFace.
Just say the things you're seeing on the screen. Fell screen blast. 3 neighbors.
9. 2 out of 3. 3 out of 3. Explosion. 12-12.
25-26. 0 out of 5. Right,
Shank,
Dimitri.
cloak, damage.
He needs to decide whether to start going down the cloak chain or whether to take
usually
12
want to start it on 6.
Yeah. He needs to be careful, right? Because he could die next turn, but it'd need to be a spectacular world, I think, where he dies next turn. Slightly more scary is he could take enough damage next turn that he could die to some Fell Barrages and a Jace on the following turns.
I wonder.
But if he does start cloaking now, like you say, you want to cloak on 6 so you can get your scabs, so you can return things.
Choose soon.
A tough decision.
Ooh, not going with second Silvery Poison. Second Silvery Poison on the Shank can oftentimes put you in very awkward spots. Right?
Yep.
Who is going to go for Cloak? Wow.
Yeah, I think 12's just a lot to take, given the other stuff that McBanterFace could fire at him with Furies and so on. Also, this
Yeah, but
prevents
unless he
healing.
kills in 2 turns, right? He's going to take that 12 anyway. So now he's limited himself to killing in 2 turns.
Right.
Because he won't be able to cloak scabs. He's going to cloak, die or dead or kill.
It also prevented the Warblades from healing up when he cycled the Viper, because that was the best use of his mana to cycle the Viper, but it was terrifying because he wants to kill a Warblades. So by playing the Cloak, it negated those. But this is the downside of what he did. He's now got to do a huge amount of damage, and now he has to Cloak again.
Yikes.
Do you Cloak? No, you don't Cloak Swindle. I mean, you forget Glide at this point, right? You just have to do something. Cloak Stab? And then hope your Secret Passage gets it done for you next turn?
Well, you can start with a smack. See what happens.
Yeah, that made it a bit clearer in his head, right? Because now that's makes it so much more likely he has the damage available next turn. This makes a lot more sense now.
Yep. Oh, okay. Here's one reason why the Cloak so early is good is because McBanterFace can't get the incremental healing from Aldraki Warblades.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. And
Did you say that?
I thought I said it, but I do sometimes imply things that I think I've said that I haven't said.
Because as soon as I said it, I was like, I got that deja vu from like 2 minutes ago. You know what I'm talking about? The little thing where you're like, that was already said. I think you did say it.
Interesting. I might have done.
But point aside, one of the good reasons to Cloak there is to not let him get the incremental healing from Aldraki Warblades. Wait, did you say that?
I don't know, but I'm having this feeling of deja vu. I feel like somebody said that a couple of minutes ago. Amazing.
All right.
Human brain's a strange thing, TJ.
Still no glide, no healing, no nothing. DimitriKazov looking at needing 4 points of damage.
5 cards and 5 mana. After he plays a Sinister Strike, hits the face, Secret Passages.
Yep.
Oh, there's 3 of them.
Needs 1 point of damage.
Have we seen both bleeds? I think we have seen both bleeds.
We have seen both bleeds, but you still Sinister Strike, Secret Passage, because then you hit. Ooh, no. You could Sinister Strike Swindle. Nope, you can't do that. Never mind.
Strike, passage, see what you've got. Then you've got a card draw from the swing as well.
Yep. So it's Wicked Stab and Garrote. Wicked Stab number 2, Garrote number 2, Deadly Poison as well. Paralytic Poison. Oh no, he's used both.
He's only got 6 cards in his deck. We're talking as if this is going to be difficult. No, we're not. Just kidding. And just like that, DimitriKazov with the deck that's been doing very strange things and winning very, very easily all week. Bam, 1-0.
Yeah, nicely done. No Viper in sight, which means Dimitri gets to play at night. Felt like that was a good time for a rhyme.
2 Viper warning. He's sad in the morning. Sounds like an idiom.
Viper didn't go crunch. Dimitri's having a nice lunch.
Viper on 3. You go without tea.
Viper on 4. You don't got tea anymore.
That's how many turns can we play this Viper on?
Viper on 5. Well, your weapon still thrived.
Viper on 6. Your weapon got nixed. Anyway,
Viper on 7. What rhymes with 7? What rhymes with 7?
Weaponsmith's heaven.
Viper on 7. Good thing it wasn't on 11.
Viper on 8. Your weapon got 8.
Viper on 8. Your weapon's been 8.
Viper on 9. Your Doomhammer's mine. This all day.
Viper on 10. Let's do it again.
And you've already done 11, and you can't get 12 mana without Guff.
Viper on 11. Wait, sorry, I meant 7.
Viper on 12.
It works.
Who hasn't got a weapon? Yeah.
All right, it ends
Right,
there.
Professor Slate has gone. All the stuff has gone. He's playing, presumably from seeing those cards, the Quest Hunter into this Poison Rogue, and this is a significantly different matchup.
Sorry, I was taking a sip of water. Couldn't expand on your point. Yeah, I mean, both players just kind of chuck stuff at each other.
Yeah. I know. I like to be the person who's just indiscriminately chucking stuff around rather than one who has actual conditions. But a Drekthar can change that pretty quickly.
Yeah, however, there's also 2 Vipers in this deck,
Right.
which is double the amount of Vipers that are in the average Viper Hearthstone deck.
Or
The
just
average Hearthstone deck with a
deck.
Viper has 1 Viper, so it's double. It's also more than double of how many Vipers are in just the average Hearthstone deck in general, broadening this pool here, if you will. So, Dimitri's just gonna be like, yeah, I'll swing. Yeah, I'll do it. And McBanterFace is like, yeah, I'll Viper. I'll do it. It just sets him back so much, right? That's why he coined out the slate, because he knew that the turn 3 play, if Shank was there, was going to be Shank. If it wasn't Shank, Dimitri's not killing the 3/4 anyway, because he just doesn't have a way to do that. Except for like Blackwater, Cutlass, Deadly Poison, right? Or double Paralytic Poison. But then Dimitri would have bigger problems if he did that. And so now it's just straight up race, and McBanterFace just has a huge lead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dimitri does have the makings of a plan with the cloak and the scabs in his hand. I'm not saying he's got a good plan. I'm saying there's the makings of a plan occurring with that going on. Yep, weapon's taking its revenge. There's pesky snakes on this irritating plane. That's how
because the
quote
Hearthstone
goes.
board is kind of a plane, right?
Yep. And in the middle it's quite
not,
plain.
not the flying plane, a plane.
Uh-huh. I got it.
Yeah.
Like the rain in Spain.
Yeah.
It doesn't fall
Flat
upwards onto
surface.
planes, it falls down onto the plane.
Yeah, a flat surface on which a straight line joining any 2 points on it would wholly lie, you know, that type of plane.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Not the other type of plane, which is just a level of existence, thought, or development, you know.
I like this spiritual plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no rain there.
Not the verb plane. Plane is also a verb.
Mm-hmm.
Which is to
plane
soar without moving wings, or to glide,
And
you know.
Not the whatever it is. Is it an adverb, adjective that like something's just plain simple or plain to look at?
No, because that's a different spelling. That's Plain.
Oh, I didn't
There
realize
is
it
an
means
adjective
spelling into this cast.
Plane. It's a different adjective, though. It just means a plain surface, like a completely, like a flat surface.
Mm-hmm.
So still an adjective. That's still an adjective, but different than the adjective that you described. Still an adjective nonetheless. Well done.
As long as I've got it kind of right. Looking to Silverleaf and maybe... Yeah, he's
Definitely
gonna
not
fight the
Paris today.
minions.
It's just wasted damage. Yeah, just spend the mana. I mean, at this point, nothing Dimitri can really do. Cloak can buy him some time. Scabs does not really buy him some time.
It buys him 5.
5 health, yep.
Yeah, just 5 time units.
Yep.
Frozen bought 40 time units earlier and still lost though, so...
Yep.
Damage is also accumulating here for Dimitri. Well, we better check out if it's actually lethal the other way anytime soon.
Yeah, it's not, though. McBanterFace is going to have to get it done the old-fashioned way. One thing we didn't talk about, he did throw the quest, but we've seen that happen more and more often. It's becoming kind of the standard play. You almost never have time to actually play a 5 or 7/7 for 5 mana. The game oftentimes ends much quicker than that. You'd much rather find the Viper and the minions in the early game to get that pressure rolling. Just weave in the damage, weave in the hero powers. And you want to use direct damage first, and then non-direct damage, meaning like you don't need to actually target your opponent, last.
Yes.
So next turn we'll probably see like Dragonbane shot hero power, because then he has Blood Mage Thanos piercing shot to actually deal lethal, because that'd be 6.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a 2-turn setup with no cards needed to be drawn. Assuming that Dimitri doesn't cloak here. But it seems like he'd have to cloak here. And then we're in a world where McBanterFace probably just goes Blood Mage Thanos piercing shot next turn, forcing Dimitri to have cloak again.
What if he chooses just never to cloak and just decides to start launching everything at face and try to top deck his way into a lethal? He's got a lot of damage in hand.
Yeah, well, then he probably dies. But, you know.
But given that
go
you've just
attack,
described,
road, Sinister Strike.
yeah, and just hope to get there, because he's going to die anyway. You've just described how easy it is for him to die anyway without the cloak, with the cloak. So why play the cloak? Why waste 4 mana? Just point some damage into the face.
Yeah. Tracking, and then somehow do Dragonbane shot and hero power, or just aim shot. You know, that makes it easy. Just bada bing, and then right here, tippity tap, bada boom.
Tippity tap.
And lethal setup for McBanterFace next turn, no matter what Dimitri does.
So now it's the foot's in the other shoe, and now he has to cloak because it's the opposite logic. It's, well, I'm dead anyway, so I've got to hope that McBanterFace has the worst hand ever and can't kill me, because I can't kill him.
Yep.
Which is the plan.
Yep. So what would it be? Silverleaf Poison, Sinister Strike, Cloak?
Yep.
Actually, no.
No. This is a strike in case you pick up.
Garrote, Sinister Strike, Cloak, don't attack.
Garrote, Sinister Strike. Cloak, don't attack. So you've got the Silver Leaf if needed, but you don't waste 2 mana on it. That's quite interesting.
Yeah, because then all the bleeds are in the deck. Second Cloak doesn't matter because he's dead to hero power over 2 turns anyway. What is
He's
he
dead to piercing shot. That's it.
Yeah, but from his perspective, yeah.
Oh, from his perspective.
Yeah, he's dead in 2 turns to hero power, so the second Cloak doesn't matter. But that's a tough game. McBanterFace had a coined minion, and then he played a Shank, he got coined Vipered, and then McBanterFace did have the damage to follow it up, right? He put him on that clock. He forced him into decision-making mode of, do I have to play Cloak now? Decided not to, took too much damage, and then it was just a two-turn clock. Very difficult situation to dig yourself out of there. And that's why McBanterFace queued that matchup and played it well. Had the game plan down pat. So now we're tied up 1-1. It's going to be the Quest Hunter once again for McBanterFace. And looking at the remaining decks from DimitriKazov, now that the Weapon Rogue is out of the way, he can respond to this with either Burn Shaman or Quest Fell Demon Hunter. Both of which I don't really like.
Yeah.
No, Demon Hunter is fine. Yeah, Demon Hunter is fine. Shaman I definitely don't like.
Even I don't like the Shaman there, I must admit.
Ooh, whoa. Mr. Shaman's so good against everything. You have a ban, yeah, Shaman's the best.
Quest Hunter's not a real deck. It's good against the real decks.
I don't know, like almost 50% of my games that I played last night were against Quest Hunter.
And it's done really well
like
this week.
10 to 15 games-ish. So like not a huge sample size, but I think I had like 14 games. It was like 6 Quest Hunters. It's pretty insane.
There has been a lot, yeah. It's a real deck. I just like picking on hunters.
All right.
So we've got the Demon Hunter. We've got healing. We've got ways to occupy the board, which gets shot down, but ways to not die whilst having a fairly quick win condition and being able to win the race whilst healing up. So that's what makes it an okay matchup. The reason it's only okay, though, is because Demon Hunter... I'm going to take a liberty and call the Hunter an aggro deck here, but the Demon Hunter sort of has to draw the right half of what it's doing against aggressive decks.
Yeah. Ooh, McBanterFace did not look happy with his...
He'll be less happy now.
That's a bad hand. I was going to say weird hand, but no, that is straight up bad.
Yep.
It's not the good.
Do with this.
Overwhelm did not make it any better. You draw for 1 with the first Furious Howl, probably.
Yeah. Which apparently loads of people, when they did their card reviews, didn't realise it drew a card, even though it says draw a card on the card. And then people were like, hey, but you didn't know it drew a card if you had more than 3 cards. But it says draw a card, the first 3 words on the card. What it does.
Dude. Crazy, man.
It's not one of those that's difficult, like where you think, oh, I could only target my minions, or maybe I couldn't target my opponent's minions. It just says draw a card, and then there's some text after it.
Ooh, Mailbox Dancer. Do you know the lore behind Mailbox Dancer?
I don't know. Explain the lore. I like your lore stories.
So a popular thing to do in the World of Warcraft in a major city is to stand on top of a mailbox and dance by using the command /dance. Okay. The most notorious of mailboxes to dance on is the mailbox that is in Stormwind City that's sort of between the bank and the auction house, like tucked right in there, because the area between bank and auction house is like the most high traffic area.
Right.
So you get the most eyeballs on you when you're dancing on that mailbox because people are constantly going back and forth between the 2 areas. to get stuff out of their bank, to put it on the auction house, et cetera, et cetera. So it's one of the most efficient places to show off, like a new piece of gear, a new new mount, new weapon, a new item, whatever, cosmetic item.
Because that was going to be my next question, but that now makes sense. You're showing off.
Yeah.
And he's showing off in the picture.
Throughout World of Warcraft's history, at any time of day, no matter when it is, on semi-populated or above servers, you could find someone dancing at all 24 hours of the day on that specific mailbox.
I bet they're really tired.
Yep. Well, it's not the same person. Sometimes it is, though. But not always. There you go. The more you know.
Thank you. Choices here. Do nothing or do 8 damage, but kind of waste your cards.
I grow impatient.
If you're pushing 8 to your opponent's face for 4 mana, it's never a waste.
Yeah. I think that's going to be the best, because you can't cycle the Need for Greed, right? You don't want to trade that away because you want to play it next turn. Ooh. Ooh. Spectral? No. Oh.
Yeah.
And now he's got the same decision, but worse.
About that.
You wanted to do the 8, right?
Yeah, but 4 just doesn't seem as good. I think he wants to self-glide next turn. I think that's what he's eyeing, so he wants to get this Fel Barrage out of there while he can. This is it's just not getting any better for McBanterFace. Holy.
Yeah, and anytime he makes minions, they're just gone, which is why Dimitri's saving this massive health gain. I guess it's a good reason to hold it as well. The Arcanist and the Fellscream Blast. Heal for 9, kill some things. Good, right? Like, he's miserable right now because his hand is not going anywhere. But if he could see both hands, he'd be quite happy right now. Poison face.
Yep, we got ourselves a self-glide situation here. Everybody, calm down.
He's gliding.
Okay, I mean, it's certainly not the worst, but like Spectral Sight's kind of to the left, but Talented Arcanist doesn't have a Fel friend right now.
Yeah, Jace has no friends. Expendable performers have no friends.
What?
That's why,
yeah, they do.
That's why they're expendable. Well, they have a lot of friends, but they're expendable friends. They're like acquaintances. They sort of just pass you by.
In the air.
Yeah, but not in a plane.
Either type of plane.
Any kind of plane.
The air is not a flat surface.
And they're not in an object called a plane, and they're not plain to look at, and they're not plain simple. So they just defy all particular ways they could be described by the word plane, which is pretty impressive. Could do one of those tests where you have to do 10 different words. It sounds like expendable performers would be a good word if it was only one word. Meanwhile, McBanterFace, his tragedy of a hand really isn't getting any better.
You Arcane Shot face and then Piercing Shot your Professor Slate.
Slate's your only damage. He's slated to do like 21 in this game.
It's probably gonna die. Like,
yeah, it's fair. You might as well.
You need to find something for this Piercing Shot to be able to do. You need to start getting towards quest completion. you know?
You do. You're right, TJ. You're always right when you get serious. And when you don't.
Unless I'm not. Yep.
Except when you're wrong.
Ooh!
All right, stuff. Finally for Dimitri.
Oh, +2 spell damage spectral sight. Nice.
Yep. You only get
pretty rare.
2 cards. You should get 4 cards, really.
Oh, okay. Can complete quest. Has Crimson Sigil Runner plus the tradable.
Yep.
Or could hit Need for Greed. Nope, Kurtrus, but that's fine. Kurtrus is good.
Mm-hmm.
Spectral Sight, okay.
If that's the next turn,
Kinda
maybe?
tempted. Yeah, I'm kind of tempted to just play it anyway. Right now.
You know.
Get deeper into the deck. If he hadn't, he would have drawn Need for Greed next turn. That's fine. But
I'm just
Fury's
getting a
good
whole
'cause
load of
it'll help
health.
him heal a little bit.
Also fine. And he gets armor next turn as well. Also good. And he's cobbling together a game of Hearthstone, mainly because his opponent hasn't got a deck that's actually functioning right now.
Yeah, I think he was debating on whether or not he wanted to like Fell Scream Blast his minions to just like bank the heal for 2, but it would have been similar to the heal for 1 from just the hero power that he would get because the Aldraki Warblade's equipped. But the upside would be he would take less health off the board from a McBanterFace to throw damage into minions with. I like the Bloated Python because it's sticky.
Mm-hmm. It can be multiple targeted as well, obviously. Sort of same thing, but slightly different.
Yep. Ooh. So he's seen 1 Glide, 1 Illidari studies, right? He hasn't seen both Illidari studies. There's 1 Illidari studies, 1 Natural Glide in the deck. So there's, if you can afford it, right? And that's a big, like, asterisk. If you can afford it, it's good to try and complete Tavish the turn that you're going to play it. Just so that it doesn't get glid back into your deck. Mm-hmm. We've seen so far today that it literally doesn't matter because the times where they have completed it before quest or they have completed it and left it in hand and passed it back over to the Demon Hunter, they've either gotten glid and drawn it right away or glide wasn't there. Every single time. Mm-hmm. It's crazy.
This is
a lot of damage.
Straightforward, actually. Right? It's a lot of damage. He's setting up for even more damage. He's got healing. He's got Jace. It's looking really straightforward. But McBanterFace has just had the worst imaginable draw, to be fair.
Yeah, it's the lethal setup next turn, I think, for Dimitri. He's got Fury and then 2 rank 2 Furies plus a Fell Barrage loaded up. Actually, nope, may not be lethal now because the Fell Barrages will hit the Tavish.
Just draw the thing and do the combo. Can he get him below 7? Can he get McBanterFace below 7 before the Fell Barrages?
No. Nope. Because he needs
sometimes,
one singular attack.
Oh, no, because he can't swing to get him low. Yeah.
Goes on.
No, he just wins next turn. He expendables now to make sure he doesn't die, and then he just does the thing next turn. There's no hurry. He's not going to die from 24.
Yep, I like this. It's good stuff.
Yeah, good luck.
Shadows grow long.
Yeah. Makes sense this way. I'm not sure what the other option was. I mean, the other option was Fury, but I don't see why that would be better because there's so many reasons why it wouldn't be. But I like the way Dimitri does all the things he's going to do and then has a think about improving. Like at the end of the turn, he does that a lot.
Ooh. So from a McBanterFace perspective, he's got to find Explosive Trap.
I think so. Yeah.
So he's probably going to pick Rinling's rifle. He could go for bullet shot and just start throwing hero powers into the ones that he's not going to kill because he can't afford to have those hero power resets. But he's going to Rinling's rifle and look for explosive trap first. Doesn't find it. He's going to act like he found it.
Yeah. It's the right play.
Yep.
It'll make no difference.
And
But it's the right play.
that'll do it. 2-1 up for DimitriKazov.
Draws the Deadeye now. It doesn't matter.
There is no measure to my fury! Please.
All right. 1 game away from a potential top 2. And at least a tie for top 2. McBanterFace 1 game away from probably missing the playoffs. There's a lot of probablys and maybes because those tiebreakers are very, very, very convoluted the way it works out this time. Because if he is in a tie, it'll be like a 6-way or a 5-way tie, which is why it's quite difficult to work out on the fly. But not done yet. DimitriKazov, though, looking really good and looking really focused as well.
Yep. Last deck remaining for McBanterFace is the... Whoa. Blurry alert.
Oh, it's your turn. Get Sottle in here.
Well, no, I'm blurry. My mic's still functioning. I can still speak.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's Quest Rogue for McBanterFace. And he's got to beat both Burn Shaman and Demon Heart. Not looking good. Not looking good. Or MC Banterface.
No, but is looking for good DimitriKazov. That's the opposite. That's exactly what I just said. Why did I say that twice? See, this is why people just make my microphone break. I heard you as well. I heard you when you said you've been looking forward to this for years.
For years. Years and years and years. All right, well, there's the Quest Rogue in question.
Nice.
2 quests in there. I don't know why that was funny, but it wasn't. Oh, wow. That's a dogs came out of the closet.
That joke was so bad. The dogs fall over the baseballs and basketballs in the closet.
No, they're not even in there. They were taking their afternoon nap in their crates, but I let them out during the first break, so they've been outside. Might be someone at the door.
I didn't mention basketballs originally. I should have. I just realized.
Ah, yeah, basketballs. There's also basketballs in Americans Closet. You forgot that.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into it.
Okay.
Quest Rogue versus Quest Fell Demon Hunter. Board-based deck versus a deck that likes to kill boards over and over.
Yeah, and it has kind of best bad hand it could have here for Dimitri, as in the Arcanist Fell Barrage, which means that McBanterFace isn't going to be able to get anything stable, but it's a bad hand because he's got no card draw and he's got no way of pushing his strategy of actually winning the game.
Yeah, I do think Quest Rogue is still like an ever so slight favorite in the matchup. I would say like, not ever so slight, I'd say like 55-45, just because they have like this like barrage of minions, right? And they do have like some good forms of direct damage. It can be difficult to like actually kill scabs when it comes down. You do need like a little bit of extra removal, and they can sometimes get there. Aegis Replay has the matchup like quite in favor.
Yeah. I think the Demon Hunter has got slowly over the last few months, not over the last few days, worse against aggro. There was a time when it just didn't lose, but slowly but surely they've cut out. They've tightened up the deck. They've got rid of some of the removal because they've got to deal with things like druids now that don't have any minions. So they've got more and more.
Yeah.
Impy.
So the win rate on Aegis Replay seems to be like 70% in favor of the Quest Rogue, which is high for a number of reasons. One, when you queue against Demon Hunter, you almost always know what kind of Demon Hunter it is. Mm-hmm. When you queue in Rogue, sometimes you're mulliganing for Weapon Rogue because you have to. And then when it's Quest Rogue, you're kind of taken aback a little bit. So Mulligan isn't always that on ladder. Ladder play for Questfell Demon Hunter compared to pro play of Questfell Demon Hunter, night and day difference. It is a quite a high skill cap deck. And so like overall win rate for Questfell Demon Hunter on HS Replay is like 48%. So if you assume like pro win rates are like +5 to 10% of that, which I think is fair, then you're already gained more percentage points. So I would still put it Quest Rogue favored, but I would put it closer to like 55-45 in this type of environment. Quest, ooh, yeah, I mean, that's not great, but it's the only thing he can do. When you have this hand, it's not good, because he's just not hitting any SI cards. But Quest Rogue is not really vulnerable to Glide. They're consistently playing minions throughout the game. They have a decent amount of damage from hand. And they have ways to kill large minions, like McBanterFace, for instance. Or like the Kirchhoff's Demon Hunter bats. So like you can kind of see why Quest Rogue is like good in the matchup, because they kind of check all the boxes of things that could potentially be strong against Demon Hunter. Not all of their tools work against Quest Rogue like they would work against some of the other decks in the meta.
No, I agree with absolutely everything you just said. Dimitri doesn't agree with any of it. He keeps shaking his head.
Well, he's just not drawing anything. Like,
it's horrible, isn't it?
I wouldn't be surprised if the next draw off the top is like Jace, right? Like that's the way this hand is going.
Yeah.
Both players started with poor hands though. But McBanterFace does find a swindle.
But that's the ongoing thing. When you've got something that looks like a 50-50 matchup, if you both get a bad hand, that's why it sometimes swings in the favor of the aggressive deck slightly, because they're not going to have a bad hand forever, whereas the Demon Hunter can literally just have a bad hand for 10 turns.
Yeah.
Or a hand where it has to spend mana, mess about, and at least the Rogue's getting to do something here, even though, as you can see, it's a tedious process with the hand he's picked up.
Ooh. Doesn't have a lot of time for the Spyomatic. Don't pick Need for Greed. Fellfire Deadeye. Yep. Like, funnily enough, that's the absolute best gizmo to get in that situation.
Yeah.
Because DimitriKazov was completely relying on a top deck there.
Oh,
like, Need for Greed off the top would have been fantastic.
Does he have to just play the Arcanist and the Deadeye here just to do something? Like, obviously he's got performers and all that going on, but
I kind of want to just play Magtheridon.
well, and just hope that next turn
You find a way to deal with it. It board locks McBanterFace.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I can buy this. Definitely buying into this plan. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you have to do it. The board locking part convinced me.
Nope, nothing.
Just nothing.
He's going to Kirchhoff.
Hardest playing Hearthstone.
That's his game plan.
Yeah, and then he has got the combo if he somehow gets to turn 9. Turn 9. Turn 9. There wasn't a pun. I'm just laughing because, like, he's getting to turn 9.
Combo on 9 is not fine.
How it goes.
Yep.
Combo on 10 is not fine again.
It's the only word we know that rhymes with 10, apparently.
And it doesn't really rhyme with it unless you say it in a really broken accent, which is what I own.
Again, 10.
So we're good.
They do rhyme.
Again and 10.
Again?
Yeah.
That just sounds like you're saying two words. Again.
Well, ugh being the first word.
No, a
gain. Or like someone who goes
a
to the
gain.
gym. It doesn't go very often.
Yeah. 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 Sick gains. No.
You play the McThermidor here
Today,
and got out of it.
I wasn't feeling well today. Today I just got a gain.
Just a gain.
a single gain. Just lifted one weight. Just one gain.
Walked in, just picked up the weight, walked out again.
Wait, so you went to the gym again? No. I went to the gym and got a gain.
Nice gain, bro.
What did you get again? No. A gain.
A solitary, singular gain. It's better than not going to the gym at all. In fact, you just go in there and you buy a coffee and walk out. That's it. That's a gain.
You gained one coffee.
Meanwhile, for some reason, Dimitri's still alive here. And he's going to still be alive next turn too. But he doesn't get to do the McThermidor in the process.
Yep, glide would be nice, kind of. Like he's still looking at a lot of damage, but at least Spymaster Scabs wouldn't come down.
We're back to, can he get to turn 9? And he might be fine.
Yeah, but he has to use expendable performers here, almost certainly.
He can Immolation or right with the Arcanist.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right. Sorry.
And then he can Fury just to chip a bit of damage in there because... Unless he wants to save that for potential Eldraki, but he is going to use the performers.
He can kill the Scabs next turn with double Talented Arcanist Immo.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that works. Or McThermidor, Talented Arcanist Immo. Kills the Scabs.
Yeah, you're right. That's also true.
Sets up 2 attack lethal. It probably doesn't work because Scabs generates so many gizmos and widgets.
So Dimitri thinking about whether or not to kill this. He doesn't, to try and force some trades into these minions, which would gain him health in the long run. Shadow Step could punish with this for the smuggler, but he's already seen one.
Nope, does nothing. Hidden Hero Blade.
Dismount Euroblade.
It's a Gyro Blade.
Wow, he's really respecting those 1/1s. Represents a lot of damage. Which is actually a lot of potential healing, which I think he's concerned about at the moment. All right, so now is the big question of McThermidor or just double Talented Arcanist, but I think it's...
So I like McThermidor more personally because saving an Arcanist might pair up with a Fell Screen Blast later and save you some health.
True, yeah. The other one lets you fit in more damage, because what you could do is go Fellfire, Deadeye, Hero Power, Attack, Hero Power, Attack, Hero Power.
Yep.
And then double Talented Arcanist Immolation Aura. So you push more immediate damage.
Interesting.
This will damage the McThermidor, and it will get Fizz...
Guffed.
Fizz Bang Guff Slashed. Fizz Flash Distracted.
Do you think we could cast... Actually, I shouldn't suggest this to you because you're going to say yes. But we probably shouldn't do it. But do you think we could cast an entire game using the word guff in at least one word of every card?
Yep.
Traces, Blackwater Guff, etc.
The Guffomatic.
Yep. It's a bit difficult when you're gliding into Fury. You just guff into guff.
Yeah, the SI Guff Stalker, Skulker, whatever. I mean, with Quest Rogue, it's easy because you just replace. It's not SI7, it's just SI Guff.
Yeah, just or everything. Just SI is just always guff, so it's just like Guff Assassin,
Yeah.
Guff-O-Matic.
The McBanterFace saw glide with the Spy-O-Matic. He actually chose Fell Screen Blast, it looked like, for the next draw. And McBanterFace is going in. A lot of damage set up. Plays around Fell Screen Blast that he knows is going to be there because he chose it.
Yep. But he can now take some damage and then clear up next turn. But it's a lot of damage he's taking. He's probably going to be dead, so he needs to kill things. And that's making it really awkward. So maybe he has to self-glide.
He can Talented Arcanist Fell Screen Blast still and then self-glide.
Yeah.
You heal for 6, you take 5 damage off the board, potentially even more with Battle Master considerations.
Miss it to my fury!
This is tight. You've said this about the Rogue before, and I do agree. It just doesn't run out of stuff. It feels like it should stop coming at you, and you feel like you've stabilized. It just does more and more. In those games where you're fiddling around trying to stay alive, it does have a lot of gas.
Yep. 14 cards remaining for McBanterFace. He could Secret Passage and look for Battle Master. It would be lethal.
Yeah. Assuming he'd stab first, right? And then, yeah.
Yeah, stab for a Secret Passage. And he doesn't sacrifice a lot by doing that. I guess the Smuggler is pretty large at the moment. But, like, he can still pick up a lot of resource from Secret Passage, and he has outs for exact lethal.
4 and 10. That's like 38, 39%.
Ooh. I mean, that's a lot of damage, however.
Yeah. It really is. I can't add this up this quickly. Enough? Is enough? Yeah, it's enough.
Oh, it is enough?
Yeah.
If you can... Wait, no? What?
Oh, hang on.
Was it enough? He didn't have the mana.
I thought he had one more mana, which he didn't have.
No.
But he's hit the board so hard that the quest icon has come off the quest.
Just slightly to the right. He hit himself. That's weird. All right.
Now, what's he got here for the Warblades and the Jace? Is there a clear? Is there enough to kill? Is there...
Hasn't played a Chaos
gain
Strike.
health?
Has played at least one Fury.
Like Warblades Jace, I'm just wondering if he can do enough, but he will know, so obviously he couldn't.
Yeah.
Like either to win the game or just to heal enough not to die next turn.
Oh, that's second quest. Holy moly.
Have you noticed the cards are going between the two quests as well? That. Dreadlord's Bite's just being got. Okay. Still looking for health gain. He does still have the Warblades. He's got plenty of health gain there.
Not that much.
Nah, he's run out of stuff now.
I think he's still dead. Or he's going to go up to 10. He's dead to dagger. Yep,
Or
that'll be it.
the SI7 he knows is there. Yeah.
Yeah, he tried, but Quest Rogue prevails. And it felt like DimitriKazov just felt like way too far behind on tempo because of that start. Took a lot of damage, was never really able to get a foothold, couldn't complete first quest until turn 7 was first quest.
Yeah.
Completion. Second quest completion was on turn 8, maybe even one turn later on both of those. So pretty rough. And McBanterFace, I think, spaced that out quite nicely. He gave himself an out for lethal with the secret passage at the end. Didn't find it, but found enough resources and enough damage to put Dimitri in that awkward spot. So now it comes down to game 5, and I still think Dimitri has an advantage. It's Burn Shaman versus Quest Rogue. And because of Snowfall Guardian, Brilliant Macaw, it's a little better than this one, I feel, because you can stall things out.
Yeah, the things you just said, very important. And also, you can just race them sometimes. You don't have to do a lot of damage as a Shaman early. You landslide early or something just to slow things down. Your Cavern gets 9 damage in sometimes, and then you just burn them out while you stall it with the Guardians. So if you ever get to a position where you've got a couple of Guardians and a Macaw, you know, you just win. And if the game goes long, Brukan does all sorts of stuff as well. It's certainly not that one-sided. The Rogue can definitely win, but I'm really like the Shaman in this matchup.
Yeah. It's actually Quest Rogue's singular worst matchup.
Wow.
Wait, no.
That sounds...
out of meta decks.
No, sure. I mean, yeah, there's always a deck that beats, you know, make an anti-deck. You're talking top 12, top 16, something like that, right?
Yeah. Beast Druid is also pretty low. Face Hunter's pretty low, but Bird Shaman is lower.
Decent start for DimitriKazov. It's not fantastic because there's no Cavern. You need a Cavern, but got everything else. Frostbite, surprisingly annoying for the Rogue because it has enough spells that just messes with them a bit. Of course, it lasts. You can't just wait a turn for it to go away like you can with a Neophyte. It's going to be a pain at some point.
Yep.
Multicast is nice.
Not now.
No. Does give Dimitri some weird decisions to make, like do I want to Frostbite Face, which you don't really want to do. But because multicast it into the Macaw is so good, you might Frostbite Face just so you can keep that all on curve. Oh, he's already played a wind chill, so I'm going crazy. So you'd have to Lightning Bolt, which isn't anywhere near as good.
Yeah.
My
Hasn't
bad.
even played a wind chill. He hasn't played any spells. Only turn 3.
So maybe he would Frostbite Face them.
I would rather Totem and wind chill it than Frostbite Face.
Yep, okay. I would rather do that too. Now I've thought about it and calmed down.
You could also Macaw. Just put something on the board and get another wind chill.
Yeah, I think you might need that for later for your repeated freezes.
Yeah.
Or if you get a multicaster into it. No, but if you wind chill a totem, you'll get one quicker. You could also trade the Viper or play the Viper. I was thinking trade it, but yeah, this is probably fine. Actually.
Well, McBanterFace can do the exact same thing. Present DimitriKazov with the exact same board.
Yep. But now DimitriKazov has absolutely nothing. Yay!
Look at his face. He just went, whoa.
Yeah, I did the sound effects.
That's nice.
Now he's nervous. He's gone from slight resignation into, oh, I can win. I can come potentially top 2 in Hearthstone Grandmasters, get myself a shot at getting a bye and put out the guy who was nearly world champion.
McBanterFace got a good amount of tempo on his side. But Dimitri now has options for multicaster. No lightning, or no nature, sorry, played thus far, but could just go lightning bolt multicaster.
Yeah.
Nope, never mind. Hasn't played frost yet. Could go lightning bloom, wind chill, or frostbite multicaster.
Mm-hmm. And then he's got the parrot next turn to draw a million cards. I said he might want to save that for Snowfall Guardians, but if he's drawing 2 cards with it while he's overloaded, then he's getting more cards to get to those Guardians, so it's kind of doing the same thing and advancing his game plan. So I actually like that. But I think you start with a Wind Chill and see where you're at. You'd have a mana left over for the Lightning Bloom. Yep. Same plan, but better, as always, when we're casting these sort of players. Wind Chill something while you can, because these pesky minions just hide so often.
Ooh, picks up Primordial Studies too. So now Primordial Studies next turn, because he overloaded for 2 health, 4 mana, he can Primordial Studies and then Brilliant Macaw.
Yeah.
And draw 3 cards. And, you know, this is like one of the reasons why Wildpaw Camera is such an insane card, because it allows you to do these plays and know that you'll still have a great board coming out of it.
Right, yeah.
Because you just keep getting more.
It's been said multiple times that the fact they come out one at a time isn't always a downside, right? It's supposed to be slower, but against things like Blade Storm, that sort of stuff, it's actually sometimes an advantage. And what you just said is part of that advantage sometimes, where you can just have a turn, your 3/4 is going to be played, so you can do other stuff. And
oh, don't get me wrong. If there was 4 mana,
oh yeah, I know,
3 3/4s that freeze onto the board. Who cares about Blade Storm? I'd play that in a heartbeat.
Until you get Blade Stormed, then you'd care.
Yeah. All
Say
right.
that like a man who's never been Blade Stormed for a big board.
The turn 5 scabs. So McBanterFace is, let's just say, on the right track. Ooh, but that. Ooh.
Yeah, but is he in the right vehicle? Like, it's like he's in a ship on the right track.
If he's on the right track, it doesn't matter what vehicle he's in.
I think it does.
If he managed to find himself on the right track, he had to have gotten there somehow. So whatever his vehicle was,
What if it's
traverse that land?
unless the track is right next to the sea?
Ah, fair point.
And then he grounded the ship onto the track. So he's on the right track, but he's not going anywhere. And I think that might be where he's at right now. Only one Snowfall picked up, but there is a parrot to go with it. And the damage is also adding up quickly here. The Phoenix is set and ready to go. But McBanterFace still being on 30 is going to make things just that little bit more tedious for Dimitri.
Yeah. But he's just got so much good stuff going on.
Yeah, one of the
days he's got the Imprisoned Phoenix, so when he does decide, okay, I have lethal in 2 turns, you just slam it.
Yep. And one of the horrible things that happens here sometimes is you play your Guardian as the Shaman, and the Rogue, they've seen one of the Macaws already, so they kind of feel obliged to bounce the Guardian because it's huge, amongst other things, because it's hard to deal with. If they can kill it, sure. So then you play the Macaw while the Guardian can't be replayed. And then you play the Guardian again, which has bought you yet another turn. And
yeah,
that sounds stupid. Like, why would you bounce it? Well, sometimes you're just so dead, because it's going to be an 8/8, a 9/9, or whatever. You're just so dead that you have to do it. And you get kind of locked into this nightmare scenario as the Rogue. And the Shaman will hit you with a couple of minions at some point, and you'll take 6, or maybe the Guardian will connect, and you'll take 8 or 9. And then they've just got you in burn rage because they've got the Phoenix and all these burn spells.
Yep.
Other considerations, like, do you want to wind chill your own minion if you're freezing it anyway?
I think you want to play the Phoenix.
Or you might want to play the Phoenix, but is it early enough? Oh, he's just decided, yeah, this is cool. I like this, actually. Now I've seen it. He's not going to die to this. But he's going to take a lot.
Yeah, that's the issue here. McBanterFace can go Noggenfogger and then push 22 points of damage.
Yeah.
And it's not lethal next turn. There's 12 on board and only 9 from hand.
Yeah, I don't feel
Then
like
we're looking at
take this risk.
Wicked Stab SI or Wicked Stab Wicked Stab.
Okay, I'm with you. Yeah, I think it maybe wasn't needed. Are we missing something else he can do? I'm with you. He's given up an opportunity to take a lot of damage.
No, he can't find lethal with Macaw because he played Sleepbreaker, which broke the multicaster battlecry chain.
How much damage? So if you get Battle Mastered here for 18, you come back with lethal, right? You've got 12 attack on the board, and you've got 12 damage in hand.
Where's the 12 damage in hand coming from?
9, plus you're going to draw something.
Oh, but you know that there's a Spy-O-Matic, so McBanterFace can just...
But also, McBanterFace
damage.
assumes you've got 12 in hand. You can't play the Battle Master.
The mind games.
I think that's what he's done, though, as well.
Yeah.
And he would have had it as it happens, but it's a bluff.
Well, no, he
But
chose
also
that
still win.
because he was removing the board. He played Spy-O-Matic, so he chose the Serpent Shrine Portal. So McBanterFace just thinks that there's no Snowfall Guardian in hand because he also saw Snowfall Guardian from the Spy-O-Matic, so he's just assuming that it's not there. So that's why he gave him damage and decided to clear the board. So
now he's realized. I think we might have that wrong. There might be a more simple solution to all this, but that's, I think, maybe what happened there.
Job's done.
He thought there was no Guardian, so because of how Dimitri played, and Dimitri knew he'd read it that way. Are we going too deep, TJ?
no, I don't think so. I think that's what McBanterFace thought.
Smells
Like he assumed, okay, he went wide on board. So what he's trying to do is play around Fist Flash Distractor and his hand is all damage, no Snowfall Guardian. So all I need to do is remove a couple minions on the board, keep my minion stealth, but give it attack, and then set up because he doesn't have Snowfall Guardian, and I know what his next draw is going to be, right?
Yeah.
So, and Dimitri was probably thinking, I don't want a Snowfall Guardian now because if he has SI7 Assassin, and then I Brilliant Macaw, and he has SI7 Assassin again, or like a Shadow Step, then I'm out of stuff, right?
Yep.
Like the Scabs is still there, I'm out of stuff, and I haven't found damage. So what Dimitri did was he gave himself an extra turn to find the damage, knowing that he wasn't going to die, but knowing that it was possible that he just got Battle Master to face. And then through all that, he also had Brakan as sort of a quote-unquote out to give him the health needed to where even Battle Master plus Burn wouldn't have been an issue. The more I look at it, the more I kind of agree with how both players react to that situation. Dimitri buying himself one more turn by realizing that he's not going to die this turn. And then McBanterFace reacting by thinking that there was no Snowfall Guardian there and dealing with the board, keeping his Scab stealth, and keeping holding the Battle Master back. So I think both players kind of reacted appropriately to the situation, which is kind of cool.
And I think Dimitri also planned ahead because now the Phoenix setup is looking really tasty.
Yeah. So now he just Brilliant Macaws again. McBanterFace is board locked. Dimitri kind of just loads up, and then Chuck's Burn next turn. He's got
20.
Yeah, 20.
And that's if this minion's not dealt with. This was a beautiful game from Dimitri, to be fair.
Yeah.
I liked it, then I didn't like it, then I liked it again. And that's
Now,
when you know that he's good.
If McBanterFace had read that differently, though, and said, you're getting greedy with the Snowfall Guardian that you have, and I push damage to face, McBanterFace would have found lethal. Because he Wicked Stabbed and Secret Passage found SI. He needed 6 damage. So it was a risk. It worked out because of how McBanterFace reacted, but if McBanterFace called his bluff and said, I'm just going to push this damage while I can, McBanterFace would have won that game.
Probably would have won that game because Dimitri still had lethal outs of his own because the card would no longer be put back on top because McBanterFace would be pushing damage. So Dimitri would get one more draw to find damage, which he only needed another, either a spell damage or a spell, I believe. And he had lethal with those. So he had lots of outs for his own lethal if the
spell damage would not have been lethal.
He needed to just draw a spell. Okay.
Oh no, spell damage would have been lethal, yeah, because he had 3 damaging spells. He had Lightning Bolt, Frostbite, and he needed 3 damage. So yeah.
He had quite a few outs if his bluff is called, and the bluff might not be called. So it's a weird multi-level percentage play, I think.
Yeah.
And he won.
But then there's also the argument that if his next draw was going to be damage anyway, and he goes for the Snowfall Guardian play, he still finds lethal. Right? Because the damage isn't going anywhere.
Sure, I think. Yes.
Oh no, because he would have had less minions on board.
He'd have less minions on board.
It's tough. It's tough.
That's why we're sat here and they're sat there.
Yeah. But a very interesting game in terms of like mind games and trying to read your opponent and what they have. But cool, nonetheless. Very cool. Cool stuff.
And that puts DimitriKazov onto... You're supposed to say that for the Frozen games. That puts DimitriKazov onto 7 points, level with Frozen, which is really cool stuff. That's how you're supposed to do it. And a chance tomorrow now to win one more game, or one more match, and get himself into that top 2, which will be a bye. Also, the fact he's got 7 points gives him an incredibly likely chance, notice my careful wording this weekend because of the tiebreakers, of being in the top 4 and going to the Grandmasters last call. So that win was huge for Dimitri. On the other side of it, McBanterFace, most likely eliminated now.
That depends. Have we worked the tiebreakers for Monsanto, Dreadeye, McBanterFace?
No, but I can find out in the break, rather than doing it live on stream, who McBanterFace has beaten and lost to.
Because in the standings, it shows McBanterFace below, but I'm pretty sure that's based on the old tiebreakers of highest finish.
They're not based on anything. That's just the order they appear in. If you're looking at my screen.
No, I'm not looking at your screen. It even shows that way on our standings.
Okay.
Which could very well be just like alphabetical order or something. Honestly, I have no idea. But the first tiebreaker differs. It's not best finish plus best second finish. It's like overall win rate. In which case, I don't know who out of those players, because McBanterFace all of a sudden
name some names. Who do we need to name? You're looking at the others.
We'll figure it out in the break and at the end of the show, because right now it's time for a break. We have one more match left on the day, and it's a pretty big one. It's NoHandsGamer versus Pascoa, right? Am I correct in that? Yes, NoHandsGamer.
It is correct. Yeah.
NoHandsGamer trying to keep himself alive, needs to win one to at least have a chance for playoffs. Pascoa trying to improve his standings and join Frozen Dimitri at that 7 points to solidify that top 4. So that's going to be a good match, but we are going to go to a break, and we'll be right back with more America's Grandmasters. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to America's Grandmasters. We've approached our final match of the day here on week 3, Saturday, quarterfinals day. And it's a good one. Pascoa versus NoHandsGamer coming up. I'm TJ. That's Neil, a.k.a. Lorinda, a.k.a. Bond. All 3 of his names right there.
Yep. And NoHandsGamer versus Pascoa. We haven't seen a lot of either of these 2 players because NoHands has been winning his group and Pascoa just plays for 5 minutes and leaves for some reason. Like, what was that? Yesterday, turned up. Apparently, the legend goes, played 3 games of Hearthstone and then left. What we heard.
Yeah, and now he's back. So he gets to play at least 3 more games of Hearthstone and then leave. So looking at the players' lineups side by side, we saw Pascoa. We only saw one of his decks yesterday with the Weapon Rogue. Got the sweep. No Hands is one of the players playing Libran Paladin. Seems to be working out. 2-0'd the group and has the Kazakhstan Warrior as well. I made sure that I triple checked that there was actually Kazakhstan in there after being slightly fooled by Frozen's. And then does have the opted for Ram Druid as opposed to traditional Kazakhstan Druid. And then the standard, I guess, Questfell Demon Hunter, which just seems to be in nearly every player's lineup.
Yep, going to be a lot harder for that Rogue to 3-0 this lineup for Pascoa today. He's going to have to work for his point today if he wants it, I think. Just highlighted there, obviously, it's only a small stat. It's just to show that the Warrior is working for No Hands. It's been a big part of where he's been getting his wins with that 4-1 record. It was 5-1 at one point, but then I noticed that I'm stupid, so it's actually 4-1. And No Hands queuing up this Ramp Druid. It is the Kazakhstan version that I call Kazakhstan Druid because it's got Kazakhstan in it. But I understand why it's down as Ramp Druid because it's not just Kazakhstan. It's not the straight-up race for Kazakhstan. You have 2 other cards that you never see when this deck is played. Aligos and Onyxia.
Tap.
Just get eaten by Mutinous. All they do.
That's all they do. That's all they're there for. All right, Pascoa. Wow, that stat is actually not as good as I thought it would be.
Hey,
9-6 with Poison Rogue this season. However, yesterday he was 3-0, so he went into that only 6-6 with Weapon Rogue, which is not that great. But what is great is Pascoa's Masters Tour record, been consistently performing at Masters Tours, and is coming off of a second place finish last week, which seemed like he was quite emotional about, ecstatic to be able to get that win and, you know, secure his, essentially just with that finish alone, securing his spot, at least in the running for top 8. And now, right now, he's in the conversations for top 4. If he wins this, then we're even looking at a potential top 2, and he'd be fighting head-to-head with the player that he would be against for that, which would be DimitriKazov, who we just saw win. They're on the same side of the bracket. So that'd be a semifinal to get into the top 2. So if Pascoa wins that, they would also dethrone Frozen because that would be an outcome that means Frozen cannot get top 2 anymore, which would be pretty crazy after his win in week number 1. He would have fallen off quite hard. I didn't even see what Pascoa's coming up first. It looks like it's going to be the Face Hunter to start things off.
Maybe he just 3-0s with this.
Yeah. Let's pick a different deck to 3-0 with this week.
But yeah, big deal for him.
It's a good matchup,
off
though.
a little bit. It is a good matchup, yeah. Yeah, the pressure's off a bit. He messaged me yesterday saying, yeah, it's another of the biggest matches of his life, the biggest match of my life. He's had a few of those over the years. But this one is slightly less important than yesterday. It's huge, it's massive. Win this, he gets into the top 2 most likely, or shot at the top 2, get that bye, chance to go into the World Championships. But also, he's now secured enough points to be able to do a lot more in this whole Hearthstone year. So he's bought an extra life or 2 along the way now.
Yeah. Well, I'd kind of be eyeing that top 4, though, because that means he gets to compete in Grandmasters Last Call, which is like like a big deal. It's just way more Hearthstone, competitive Hearthstone that you get to play this year, which is pretty huge.
Yeah, I think he feels that's kind of likely now, is why I didn't get a message today saying this is yet again the biggest match of his life.
Okay. Well, this matchup is, looking at the stats, roughly 70%, maybe even slightly more, versus Ramp Druid. You just have a lot of damage. It ramps up quickly. The Druid usually has to spend time acknowledging your early board states, which means they're not ramping up as quickly. They're not getting into their big armor gain, and then you just follow it up with burn or bigger mana, whatever. That is a great draw.
That. His hand was really teetering on the brink of being terrible. I'm going to say terrible because he's against Druid. You really can't miss a beat against the Druid if you're going to beat them. The reason you win so often is because this deck very rarely misses a beat. It just plays stuff and hits you with it. But if you do miss, the Druid can fight back. It's like if you give it one turn to do all its ramping nonsense, it all goes wrong in a hurry. So he needed this. He needed to occupy No Hands. And No Hands is also, he's going to survive a while, but he also is going to need to pick up very soon. Of course, Druid is built to just pick up incessant good things. Okay. That gives him a game plan. Long way off.
We could coin Lunar Bog Beam to remove a good chunk of power from this board. But then the game plan from there is not currently apparent.
Hope your
but it shall emerge.
Boak and a trampling rhino and see where you end up. Up, no good. Curve continues. This is interesting because he wants to play that next turn to go into the Druid's most likely overgrowth turn. But also, it just looks so good right now. You've just seen your opponent make a fairly desperate-looking play. And also, you're going to have something else to do next turn. Because you're a hunter.
I mean, like, I'm going to be honest. These turns have... I don't think there's been any other options for Pascoa.
Yeah.
Hardest thing was turn one. Like, do I play the Intrepid Initiate or the Volpertinger? Decided for Volpertinger, but everything from there, it's just play out of stuff. And here's the same thing.
Play your card, hero
Just
power.
play it. Play your card and hero power. That's it.
Think about positioning, TJ. Where are you going to put it?
Doesn't matter.
Yep.
Or does it matter?
Probably some fringe scenario with pouch. There's got to be some.
Oh, the overgrowth. Oh, that is sick. Ooh, that is so good. He can Solar Scenario next turn. He overgrows next turn. He flips back. 7 mana. Boom, Innervate. Bop. Boom, Lightning Bloom. Bop. Solar Scenarian. Big board, a lot of armor. He's going to take a lot of damage in the interim, though. So he's not completely out of the woods. He still needs some good outcomes from Cenarian Ward, or he's going to get trampled over, so to speak.
Yeah, it's going to be all. It's likely to be all about what he gets from there, which isn't always the case against Hunter. Usually, it's either in time and the 16 armor just does it, or it's not in time and you just die. But this time, I think what he rolls on them is going to be a big deal. Really? Okay. A lot of extra damage.
Oh, he wants immediate damage. No, I like this a lot. And No Hands is actually just going to die.
Is he? I guess it depends what he gets from the board.
There's enough damage on the board to negate almost all of the Solar Cenarian.
Needs a charge minion to take down the 1/2. That would help
There's
a lot.
13 damage on board. Oh, he's cheering. He got a taunt?
He's
Mohawk Forge Fiend, perhaps?
Rise to the challenge.
Oh!
Wait.
Not like this.
Oh, it's high health for the Iron Bar. So take out the 1/2. It's the most damage you could take out. Takes out 5 power.
Yep. Huge Iron Bark, like you said.
Massive.
Not over though, because No Hands is now absolutely on air. The Rhino will finish this thing off for what that's worth. And then there is a reload with Coda Bane and the Doggy Biscuit if wanted, or Coda Bane into Hero Power.
Yeah, I mean, No Hands does have Guess the Weight. And because the Overgrowth will have a lot of mana to work with going forward, and there'll be a 5/1 Rhino on board versus a 6/6. And No Hands is at 20 life.
Huge in the context of last Hero as well, winning one of these. We all know that discussion. Is the Trog going to be relevant next turn? Probably not, but it's pointed, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be. It very well could be. Oh, sorry. Did my math wrong. It's going to be a 5/1 and a 1/1.
Uh-huh.
What's the pickup here? Is that a Nature Studies? Oh, that is good. That's good stuff.
Yep. Glowfly and... Oh, Glowfly for 1. Well done, Neil. Yeah, Moonlit's what I was trying to say, honest.
Ooh. All right, Malagos. Does he play 2 Ironbarks? Yep. Okay. That's good then.
You understood what I meant. Yep. 2 Bulk Beam, 2 Ironbark. Innovating hand, so next turn he gets to do lots of things.
Yeah, seems like a good situation to be in, like the pick of the Malagos. Gonna be a lot of damage coming at him over the next 2-3 turns. But I think as long as the Malagos picks up the Ironbark, which it's probably about a 50-50, maybe slightly higher, since there's still Kazakhstan, Ray Boss Onyxia, and Wildheart Guff in the deck, which are not spells, so won't be picked up by Malagos.
This is interesting. You can take the 1 in 3 with a Demon Companion, roll the charge, then he can drop the Trog and be in a situation where he might get more stuff. Yeah.
Well, and he also has the option to Doggy Biscuit and take a 50-50 to give it Rush.
Yep. Not quite as great because he can't Trog now, so he might just Trog anyway.
Yeah, that's possible.
And get him Nixia.
Yeah, Scale of Onyxia does actually seem quite good here. You're delaying at Malagos, but you're clearing off the board. It gives you insurance in case Malagos doesn't hit Ironbark, but if it does hit Ironbark, like, you're not worried. Like,
yeah,
sure. If there's more Trogs on the board. So the more I think about it, the more I'm just like, yeah, whatever, rip Malagos.
He rips it.
There's the Ironbark.
There it is.
And
Animation
really
always
just
makes me giggle.
wants to Ironbark, doesn't really want to dump anything else just because he doesn't want to give too many Trogs over. Doesn't find second Cenarian Ward.
Ramming Mount.
Right, that's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out if it all adds up with the piercing shot, but it doesn't, so he's going to have to play the doggy bit. Yeah.
Well, Ramming Mount does make, like, he can give Ramming Mount to, like, I guess you would still give it to the Barracuda Bane.
Yeah.
And so at least you get free damage in, quote-unquote free damage.
Just an awkward casting cost, right? You're on 8 mana, and it's the only odd-numbered card in your hand.
Yeah.
Which makes it inefficient. But if you want to tradable the Doggy Biscuit first, just to use that extra mana and see what happens.
Quickly.
This uses up the odd mana that he would have had left over. and then the rest of the play pretty much as we thought, but now he's got the neophyte, which will make No Hands turn a little bit more awkward in some situations.
Ooh, hello. That's quite good.
Hello, goodbye.
One does not simply beat Druid with Face Hunter.
One does not. There's more to it than that. More door to it. I couldn't make it work, but I tried so hard.
Ah, this is smart. Playing around piercing shot. Nicely done, NoHandsGamer.
Mm-hmm. Turns out he's quite good at this game.
That's a big gamer move.
The gamer.
I wonder.
It's like one of those stupid things they give you at school. Like, here's a stick, a pot of glue, and a paintbrush. Make a house. Because that's what Pascoa's got right now. Is a stick, a pot of glue, and a paintbrush.
I think this is much more difficult than that. I feel like it's if they just gave you a pot of glue and a paintbrush and said make a house. No sticks.
How are you going to make a house out of a pot of glue and a paintbrush?
Exactly.
Well, the stick gives you more things to think about.
He doesn't have anything else to think about. He's got 17 damage to go.
Huh? So you'd rather have fewer things to build a house with?
Yeah. All right, bunch of lethal outs here. Not a bunch. I'm just kidding. He's not playing the armor version. A singular lethal out here with resizing pouch into Alexstrasza. He's going to go digging with Moonlit Guidance instead. Try and find Cenarian Ward. Bada bing. Lightning Bloom, Solar, Cenarian Ward. Also gives him another Cenarian Ward because he pulls it out of his deck because of the Moonlit Guidance.
Because he needs one.
He can play it next turn. Yeah, there you go. Pascoa.
Yeah.
Just found out the hard way that you can't build a house with just a pot of glue and a paintbrush.
Even if you're given a stick for free. Nicely done from No Hands. The game was fairly straightforward, but choosing the Malygos was the big turn, I guess, where he could have just anixied and cleared, but went for the Malygos, which paid off as expected.
Yep. Playing around piercing shot, also big deal in case he doesn't find Cenarian Ward off the Moonlit Guidance, right? Did everything right. They say time and time again, like, sure, you know, you get the draws that you need. Overgrowth was fantastic. Being able to hit the Solar Cenarian that early on in the game. But making the right plays turn after turn after turn, increasing, you know, your chance to win by small percentage points. I think NoHandsGamer did exactly that. And Pascoa, you know, it was rough, right? Just felt like he was kind of playing catch-up in that game. He got him down to 4, which was good, but sometimes you just can't beat him. And that's a big deal because that was the best matchup for Pascoa's Face Hunter. Even though it was game 1, didn't have a choice in the matter. Was still the best matchup. But now Pascoa gets to move over to the buff Paladin. Also a good matchup against Druid. Maybe Face Hunter wasn't the best match. Maybe this was the best matchup.
Uh-huh. You think? Maybe. Yeah, it does the same thing but faster and sometimes. As long as you get the card, the authority.
They're about the same. They both have roughly the same win rate. Looking at the stats against Ramp Druid. It looks like Face Hunter is slightly better, but I think that's the whole damage from hand thing. Because at some point in the game, like, Scale of Nixie is going to come down and probably remove your board. When that happens to Face Hunter, they have damage from hand in order to get there. When that happens to Buff Paladin, they just make another big thing and then hope that that gets there. So,
yep.
We shall see.
No one drop.
Nope. You want a Trog. That's all you want. Trog.
Looking for trogs. Not a trog. Not a trog. Not a trog. Not a trog. But double neophyte.
Oh, yes. Yeah, double neophyte. It has 1 drop and double neophyte. So not bad, right?
Yeah.
Trog is like far and away your best card. It is like 4% above any other card in almost every matchup.
That's a lot of percent. It doesn't sound...
Except for
really
Blade Master Samuro. Blade Master Samuro is pretty high up in general statistics, but it's because it has a massive win rate in the matchups where it's good, and like a low win rate or lower win rate in the matchups where it's not that good. Night of Annoyment across the board is about 4 to 5% below. So the Iron Deep Trog is good. Good. Very good. Yes. Good card. Just Bog Beam it. Nope. Hero Power. He wants to do guff stuff. Oh, he wants a Glowfly Swarm next turn. Never mind.
Really wants to play a 3-drop here, but also really wants to play a neophyte here.
Yeah. If there was an overgrowth, it would still be playable on 4, which is what you're expecting, right? Because there's a Nature Studies buff. So I think that makes me want to play a Cult Neophyte less. Because that's the expected outcome, and overgrowth is still exactly playable with 4 mana, because the Nature Studies would offset the Cult Neophyte. So I think you just go power here and go Stoneheart Vindicator. Pascoa agrees. However, NoHandsGamer does not have an overgrowth. He's got a Glowfly Swarm, which is way worse Pascoa than an overgrowth at this stage in the game.
Oh, yeah, he's going to have to pick up... Oh, Samurai wouldn't even do it.
Oh, that's funny. He's top decked in overgrowth.
And he's proved you right, TJ. He's proved you right.
But I agree with Pascoa's play, right? Obviously, Cold Neophyte would have stopped it from Glowfly Swarm, but he doesn't play Glowfly Swarm naturally. So it's not what you'd expect. So Pascoa's like, expected plays overgrowth. Cold Neophyte doesn't help me play around it. Max power on board. Punish him for playing overgrowth. Agree with Pascoa. NoHandsGamer just had the Glowfly. So there you go.
Yep.
And now he gets to do guff stuff.
I think we've all said it at some point, and obviously it's being very results orientated, but I think people should ban Druid more. It's running at 63% this week, and it's largely been banned. So you can assume that the people who didn't ban it are the ones who like, ha, look at me, I'm not scared of your Druid, and then they get 63%ed. Bam.
Yep. This is a good play by Pascoa, however, because this is the one play that he could make on board that doesn't allow No Hands to fully trade against it. He could kill off, he could rip off the Divine Shield from the Cold Neophyte and then play... Oh, wait, now he can, because he can Overgrowth and Bog Beam. Okay.
Oh, Druid.
Oh, Druid, you sly dog, you. Get out of here, Mr. Druid. He's got Skill of Onyxia to deal with the next big thing. He can do guff stuff.
Yep. And it's Blessing Authority! May have given that too much build-up.
Adorable Infestation!
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that, but hey, on this occasion I was ready for it and set it up. Pascoa can get a Trog down. It's rather late, but can back it up with some bits and pieces. Oh,
I always find it difficult when I'm in this scenario.
Yeah.
Because you can go wide and then use Blessing of Authority to, like, to better effect. Right now, you're wasting a little bit of buff because there's a minion on board.
One thing that Blessing would do would challenge a potential Cenarian Ward, I guess.
Yeah, but so would Cold Neophyte in a way by making it not able to be played.
Yeah, yeah.
Like Bannerman plus Cold Neophyte sound interesting there, but you still get blown out by Scale of Onyxia. Oh, does he want to do Guff stuff? He wants a scale. Yeah, no Guff stuff right now.
I was looking at that thinking, look, I'm going to scale here. What are you even looking at? And every time I think that, they usually don't play the scale. I'm like, oh, that's what you're looking at. That's a good idea.
Ooh, he's going to squawk, Neil. Careful.
Squawk.
Watch where you're walking. He's going to squawk.
Yeah. Don't want to be walking near the squawking.
Still, like, not a terrible situation for Pascoa right now.
Right.
He hasn't done Guff stuff yet. Pascoa's going to squawk. Cold Neophyte is nice to go alongside this. There's a Mr. Smite in hand.
Yeah, Smitey, man.
Lightning Bloom's a dead draw.
No Guff stuff now. This could be another of those games that Pascoa's found a way to wangle.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah.
Amidst the flames.
Yeah, go on, argue it. Argue that.
It's just a really favorite matchup. Like, it's not the situation that you brought up yesterday where Pascoa finds these ways to have outs in unfavorable matchups. Like he finds the percentage points. Like he's playing Buff Paladin versus Druid. He's just making the biggest stats on board at a favored matchup.
Let me think.
Found a way to do that.
It's just going against the point that you made yesterday.
No, but that was yesterday.
Ah, okay. Today's a new point.
Have we?
Today, Pascoa learns how to find damage.
This might be quite important. This.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just hold the bridge and Righteous Protector.
Yeah.
And you're good. You're good to go.
I've never carried over my points from one broadcast to the next, TJ. The only points I carry over are the ones you get for each win.
Because those points always carry over. You always get 1 point per win. You always get $500 per win.
That's never going to change. Unless it does.
No, it won't change. Because this is the last regular season of America's Grandmasters.
Really? It's not too heavy.
Yep. The last regular season match of the last regular season Saturday. Pascoa doing a last regular season 11 points of parrot damage. But maybe he's not. If he gets one more, he'll win the game.
Ooh, is he really trying to do Guff stuff right now? This is not the time for Guff stuff. He needs Scale of Onyxia.
This must be the way.
A pouch?
Which sort of pouch would you like? You can have a 3, a 5, or a 7.
You can start with a 3. He can do Guff stuff? He got the double Guff.
A lot of Guff.
Oh my God. Look at this Guff stuff. That's actually sick. Wait a second. Mm-hmm. If he gets the perfect buffs here, he can clear. Not clear, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. Divide.
Oh, look at all. Oh, he needs to go. There's needs to hit the 2-1. Gotta hit the 2-1. Hit the 2-1.
Does.
Ooh. Okay, he's got. Does he have any more nature spells? Solar Eclipse. All right. Pouch. Let's go. Come on.
Go.
Got stuff. Abusive Sergeant. Oh, he hit Bogby, but he didn't have time. Oh my! It was the perfect clean. That was such a sick turn. That would have been such a sick turn.
That's unfortunate.
He would have had. Was he dead anyway? 8 + 5, 13. He wasn't dead. He wouldn't have been dead. Oh my God, that had the potential to be so sick. Oh.
Oh, what a turn.
He was doing so much Guff stuff. Oh man, imagine if he got that Bog Beam off. He was smooth sailing. He wasn't smooth sailing. There was a lot of.
See how excited you are.
There was still a good amount of damage on board, and there was still a Mr. Smite in hand and hold the bridge. He probably still loses from that spot, but and he was overloaded for 4 on the next turn. But just imagine, like where his head was at.
You're so excited.
He got the choices fast enough, right?
Yes.
It was just that he started the sequence late. He needed to like identify it fast and then just go. Every choice that he made from then on out was correct. Like you trade first, then you go. Like he nature studied because he knew that was his only out, and then picked Bog Beam. Just didn't have time to attack to go with it. So well done to NoHandsGamer. That felt like he was on the right track, just ran out of time. And that's what Buff Paladin does, right? For Pascoa, it's about, you know, going back a couple steps, like what deck to bring. Leaving up Druid, got to have things in your lineup that beat Druid. And Buff Paladin and Face Hunter both do that. Took him 2 tries, but he got there. But now NoHands gets to counter, and he's going to do it with the Kazakhstan Warrior. Yeah, this one, I've played this matchup from the Buff Paladin's perspective, and as soon as you just see Bladestorm once, you're like, all right, I'm out.
Yeah, makes sense
That's
to
what
me.
it feels like. What? Look at this list. It's so clean.
There's no mutinous.
It's all 2-ups. How's he fitting all this stuff in his deck?
I know. And his Druid was the same. Like everybody else is like 1 Bog Beam and 1 Iron Bark. Nope, just all 2s. Bottle's best friend. Deck of 2.
Yeah. And I mean, you should think if it's like good enough to play 1, it should be good enough to play 2, right? Like that's the.
And that makes sense logically, but sometimes you psycho it and just put a load of 1s in everything and still win.
Yeah, like
That's
what
what Psycho does.
Cut that's like normally a 1-of. I guess this is pretty
Mutinous.
standard. No, there's usually more 1-ofs, like Sword and Board.
Yeah.
Oftentimes a 1-of. Brawl is sometimes a 1-of.
Well, it was until you told everybody to play 2, and I instantly ran into them.
There's got to be something that I'm missing.
Is a Drake ever a 1-of?
So he doesn't play a Provoke, doesn't play a Viper. Those are 2 interchangeables. A lot of times you cut 1 Brawl and or 1 Corsair Cache in order to make room for tradables, either Provoke or Viper, right? Depending on matchups that you're expecting. Because Provoke with Ray Boss Nixia is insane. Because it's immune.
So he's cut all the things. He's just gone with the old-fashioned way, and he's a great deck builder. So pay attention, kids. Of my deck won't need the tech cards if I make the deck do its thing better.
Well, you could say he's a great deck builder, but this list that he's actually playing is the second card for card, the second most popular Control Warrior list being played on.
That's to select the list. So I'm not saying he built this list. Don't get me wrong here.
Okay, he
He recognizes great decks.
He's one of the best deck selectors out there.
But he's also a great deck builder as well, which means he can recognize a deck when he needs to select one.
Yes, gotcha. So your point is, he's a great deck builder. This is not one of those instances, but he's a great deck builder. Separate point, he's also a great deck selector.
However, that could be the same point, because great deck selectors are probably great deck builders on average.
No, I'm a terrible deck builder, but I'm a pretty decent deck selector.
That's what all people who are terrible deck selectors say.
But is it what all terrible deck builders say?
Terrible deck builders just... yes. I'm going to go with yes.
Okay.
I've lost track of where I'm supposed to be in the conversation and if I'm winning or losing. So, yes, it just ends the conversation because it's kind of pointless to say. Yep, final answer, yes.
Yes. Okay, we got there. And you can kind of see what I mean. Is that a shield shatter? Ooh, that's good. It's got everything checked. Wide board, boom. Frozen Buckler shield shatter. Small board, boom, Minefield. One big thing, boom, Bladestorm.
Second neophyte, boom, nothing. For one turn.
Well, Minefield wouldn't remove the board. There'd be 6 total health because of the Divine Shield. Ooh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It moves a lot of the board.
Indeed.
8-3 down to only 31.
But it will do is just soften up the board so that Outriders X can come in and draw a card next turn.
So actually, you're saying it's a good thing. That
Wow, that mine. Did you see that? That Minefield dealt all of its damage in like order from right to left. 2 shots to the Righteous Protector, 2 shots to the middle Cold Neophyte, and then 1 shot to the end Cold Neophyte. It was like a rolling fireball. But with mines.
aesthetically pleasing.
It was, actually. As aesthetically pleasing as Minefield can be. Let's put it that way. Because it's normally a hot mess.
Yep, just firing mines at your 1 minion.
Yeah.
All right, McGurgle and Hero Power sets up the Blessing the best, I feel, but then maybe a Samuro sets up the thing the best because it's big.
I think Samuro sets it up the best.
Yeah.
McGurgle Hero Power is just like second Minefield. What are you going to do?
I mean,
Blademaster Samuro, Frozen Buckler, Shield Shatter doesn't kill it. Bladestorm doesn't kill it by itself.
yeah.
But this happens so much. You have 1 minion on board, you're doing good stuff, and then Blessing of Authority, something big, and then Bladestorm.
Pascoa's got the, do I just go for it because I might win if he hasn't got Bladestorm? This is the decision. And it's almost impossible from where we're sat to say what the right play is here because, as you can think of a really good logical reasoning, if it sticks, you win. If there's a Bladestorm, you lose. If you go the other way, you might not win, but you've got more chance of sticking it.
Hold the bridge and McGurgle.
Yeah.
Okay. It's resilient to removal. You can also get the McGurgle Prime. It's very hard for me to say today. My brain just stops right before I'm about to say.
Move quickly.
I don't know. I'm torn. I'm just going to go ahead and say
bridge.
whatever Pascoa decides is correct.
Yes, that's also it. I'm going for McGurgle because he's holding that in the air now.
Yep.
Bridge.
I like this. I think this is good. It's resilient against many forms of removal. Now, I did not say every form of removal. I said many forms of removal.
Yeah, well, it's all about having the right square shape to put in the right square hole at the right time.
Yep.
Pascoa's
And
making
sometimes
those shapes as awkward as possible.
Sometimes you have to take like an oval and like really jam it into the square hole, shave off the sides a little bit, you know? But if it works, right? If it gets in the box,
yes,
then you're good.
Yeah, the sensor at the bottom of the box just goes ding, and it's like, yeah, it worked.
Ooh, No Hands is gonna Frozen Buckler Shield Shatter and use this Blademaster to draw a card. Oh my gosh. That's actually cool. Because he still has Bladestorm left. Pascoa doesn't have any more minions. No Hands has plenty of removal.
Oh, you said it, TJ. You said he's going to do this so he can get them a Gurgle Prime. Well, here it is.
So you don't hero power. Yep. You don't want to give him a card draw. And you wait 2 turns? to McGurgle Prime? Question mark.
Will you make a 9/9 next turn?
Yeah.
And it's all horrible.
Yeah. Oh, Cutting Class is a fantastic pickup because you can fit in the Bladestorm and an Armor Up with all this.
See, if this was a Druid playing this game, they'd have just gone, Coin Kazakazan. Ha ha ha, played my Kazakazan. They shouldn't, but that's what a lot of druids do. Rather than just necessarily, get the stuff in their hand first.
You can actually go Sword and Board plus a Nixian Drake. Oh no, gonna go Armor Up, Shield Slam. Gonna hold on to the Blade Storm. Smart.
Yeah.
And McGurgle Prime actually is gonna get cleared up. Oh, wait! Squawk!
Oh, with the McGurgles?
Squawkatize me, Captain.
Yeah, but what's the battle cry? How does it work? I always get this wrong. Because I play too much Shaman. Yeah, it's the last spell. Don't worry about me.
Let me think.
I see you can get the
Same exact
McGurgle
thing,
twice.
except it's spell instead of battle cry.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's 2 balls in the deck. McGurgle Prime's the most power. Yeah, you just play McGurgle Prime's the most power. But this will be cleaned up by NoHandsGamer going Rancor Shield Shatter. And then he even gets a draw of the 1/1 Murloc that's going to pop out of the Forager.
Draw a card.
Draw a card. It can fit in an Armor Up. Would be able to hold on to the Blade Storm at that point as well.
He's even got the Bulwark now, which is a surprise because it's not been in every deck this weekend. But yeah, we see it in this one.
Yep. And then this is basically the last turn that No Hands cares about anything, right?
Yes.
Like next turn, Ray Boss Nation comes online, he can clear pretty much everything.
Yeah, there's just not enough big threats now. Still with the Blade Storm left for an emergency situation.
May the light
Time to go all in.
peace.
We'll squawk first.
I guess he could choose to only play 2 minions. Because there's double Brawl in the deck. But I prefer this because when are you going to win?
Yep. Ray Boss Nixia is a full clear, however.
Yeah, because why wouldn't it be against the board of an 11-12, a 4-3 Divine Shield and a 1-1? Yeah, just play a card and kill everything. Cool.
Yep. It would require everything traded into. So you'd only be left with a mere 8/8.
Yeah. Maybe he gets the ordering wrong.
Trades in all the whelps before he realizes what he's doing.
So, oh no.
Oh, okay. Here's the win condition.
Rises slowly. Yeah. I guess it is, yeah.
You get Mr. Smite and you just keep going. He's not playing a Viper.
Is this the modern version of the old Yogg out? It's like every time this happens now, it's just Mr. Smite might get big enough to do 40 damage. Every single time.
Yeah, it's funny because... never mind. You could smack with the weapon every turn. I was like, he armors up every turn, so every time you hero power, you only gain half of it.
Oh, so you're both on like half size.
Yeah. No Hands
Good luck
might
with
just
that
play
working.
Kazakusan here. He can trade Minefield Kazakusan.
You might set up the Bulwark first.
Yeah, or just the Outrider's Axe.
Yeah.
There's nothing that's dealing damage to him, so... Is this still a 2-turn lethal setup? This is 12-15. Not quite.
The victory is yours.
All right,
Yeah,
just-
Pascoa doesn't want to play. Thank you, Pascoa. When you're watching this back, we appreciate you. We know you could have dragged that out for several more turns. that was very nice of you. Thank you.
Mr. Smite. Oh man.
You have Bunny and Yala sitting there for another half hour. Well, shall I play my carrier? Give me another 20 minutes airtime. Yeah, I'm going to do it. Cool.
Yep. All right. Final deck remaining for Pascoa is the Weapon Rogue, and this Warrior deck is not good against Weapon Rogue, I would imagine. Sure, gain your armor. Like,
Not even a Viper in there.
there's not even a Viper. No Viper in sight. Even if you just like coin heavy plate on 3, heavy plate on 4, frozen buckler armor up on 5, frozen buckler armor up on 6, Rakara on 7.
I'm hitting you for 14 a turn at this point.
Yeah. The damage potential is just insane. As soon as Pascoa finds a shank, it's just over. There's a Viper in the deck, so Bulwark's not really going to do anything. Yeah, that about sums it up.
And if you happen, like in the world where No Hands manages to make it go long, there's the old, which we haven't seen much of recently, which is why I'm mentioning it. There's still the old Guild Trader Garrot, 6 Garrot you in the face for a lot. It's still in there.
Yeah. All right, here's the win condition, all right?
All right.
You find a way to deal 6 damage. So you deal 6 damage with Outrider's Axe, right?
Okay.
You get every single armor card in your deck, and then play Kazakhstan on 8, and hold on to the coin, pick Embers, draw Embers on 9 to deal 24.
Done. Easy.
And it's got to be exactly that.
And you haven't got to die in the process somehow. There's the Kazakhstan.
Oh! So a couple steps are there.
Yeah, but have you seen Pascoa's redraw? Quite good.
Ooh. I'm just shipping this extortion right into the dome. Nope.
Oh, no. To be fair, he's got no card draw. Fair enough. But I wanted to also do that.
You gotta have faith in deck. All right, so NoHandsGamer has not checked the boxes that he needs to check. He's got Corsair Cash and Kazakhstan. Those are good. But he would have needed both of his heavy plates by now.
All right.
So many.
Well, Pascoa. There you go. Starts the process. It feels so easy, doesn't it? Oh, what's this deck doing? 1 damage in 2 turns. My mighty warrior cannot fall to this.
Oh, okay. Frozen Buckler, Neil.
All right, that's part of the process.
So he... I don't know. Like, coin usage is the weird part. Is that second Frozen Buckler? Okay. That's good. Now he needs both heavy plates. Not going to use the coin. Coin is incredibly important. He's going to Outrider's Axe on 4, start swinging. Okay. And then as he expects more and more damage, he's going to start to weave in these Frozen Bucklers. All right? He's going to Kazakhstan. Probably not going to coin out Kazakhstan. Probably going to just play Kazakhstan on 8 and then go with Embers. Pick Embers, draw it, play it.
You know how the phrase goes, TJ? Kaz on 8, bit too late.
Yeah, true.
But he's going to try it because that's all he's got. All right. Pascoa's now picked up card draw, scabs. And now Embers wouldn't work.
What's the pickup? Brawl.
In the world that we're talking about, the Embers no longer works.
He's
wins.
got to get the full 12 in with this Outrider's Axe.
Yes. Play around scabs. He'll work it out. Because we're in a very real situation here that we're talking about.
He's not. It's not. Everything's not.
Oh, cloak. He's not going to do it, but it's there if he needs it.
Oh, cutting class. Looks like he's going to armor up, though. He wants to weave in the armor ups. Everything's going to be woven in. Next turn, Frozen Buckler, cutting class armor up.
Weaving.
You're weaving. Every health matters.
You're not weaving, you're leaving.
Kind of want to dump a prep for this passage because hand space is going to start to become a little bit of an issue because of the double Silverleaf poison. The hardest part for Pascoa in this game right now is going to be hand management.
JK, lol.
Okay, didn't draw any cards there. That's good. Next secret passage. See what's in this one. Double paralytic poison, perhaps. Get the weapon fully juiced.
Up.
Get 7.
What Viper? That takes 6. Moves the Ember's threat.
How many cards did he have pre-secret passage? Was it 6 after he prepped passage?
I think so, but I got it wrong by like 3 yesterday when I said that. So
if he goes cutting class and then attacks, he needs to play 1 card.
yeah.
Another happy guilty.
I think
just
is
cards.
he overdrawn?
I think so.
He's gonna loot. Oh, never mind. Nope. Perfect.
Just cut off.
He got 3 back. So he's
Double
got perfect
passage
hands.
things. Yeah.
Yep, he's got.
played.
Yep, that was yeah, well tracked by Pascoa. With double passage, you can sometimes get lost in like, how many cards did I have? How many cards can I draw? Etc.
Yeah.
Etc.
Yeah.
I think that was well done by Pascoa to know exactly how many he could go for, and ends with the perfect amount of cards going into the next turn. And how much damage is that next turn?
All of it.
17. It's not that much actually.
11 plus 17 plus 17.
11 plus 17? No. Oh,
11
okay,
plus
you were
6.
just- Yeah, 11 plus 6. Ooh.
Yeah, plus
Kara the Valorous.
He has got a lot of the armor you were talking about, because Zakazan is going to get played probably without dying this game. Pascoa's having trouble dumping all these cards.
Yeah, and that's the thing I talked about. When you double Silverleaf
Yeah.
Poison, especially against a deck where you don't have like any minions or anything to do, he's probably going to have to dump a Cloak here pretty soon in order to get there. I still think he's in the lead. NoHandsGamer actually does have... I'm really curious about his sequencing. If he actually thinks like that whole Embers thing is like even a possibility. In which case he would hold the cutting class. He would just Rakara next turn. Kazakhstan on 8. Try and pick direct damage treasures and then use cutting class for free to find them. However, the Viper could come out by that point.
I'm just laughing at everything Pascoa does at the moment, because it's one giant panic to get cards out of his hand every turn. Did end up using his second prep, so that's going to be harder going forward as well. Here it comes. Embers is the chance.
Yeah, but he's right. No, he's just dead. He coined, so Embers is not a chance. There's no way he lives 3 turns. He's gonna look for like a Pure Cold, a Noyo Horn. Nope, a Noyo Horn doesn't win because of Scabs.
But he doesn't know.
Pure Cold. There you go.
He just has to hope all the burn is elsewhere.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All of the burn in the bottom 6.
Just draw Pure Cold, Sheer Cold, Cold as Ice, and then Embers them.
Freezing Cold, Chilly card.
Noyo? Because Noyo's damage as well, like, joking aside for shutting down the...
Yeah, but Scabs.
We know, but you've got to hope something's not there, right?
But Scabs.
Yeah, we know. We know. All right. 15 needed. I presume it's just...
It's got to be it. This is a million damage. 7, 8, 9 plus 8, 17, 20 damage.
Yeah, that's why I make it. And then he's got 2 tradables.
He's got 2 draws off the weapon swing. There would be, at this point, what? 4 bleeds in the deck.
Oh, yeah. And he's only got to hit 1 of them.
Yep.
There we go.
There it is.
2-2. No Hands tried to follow your plan, but couldn't follow it well enough, TJ. All his fault, obviously.
If those brawls were heavy plates, maybe, right?
Yeah. He gave it a good go, and that's why it's an unfavored matchup. A very, very unfavored matchup.
Yeah. Well, if you have Viper, it's doable, but still not fantastic, right? Let me look actually.
It makes a big difference because you don't take that early damage.
It's terrible no matter which way you slice it. It's just real bad stuff. It's like a difference of 10%, which is crazy for a single card, but it's also a small sample size.
Sure.
So, all right, last matchup is going to be the Demon Hunter for NoHandsGamer. Demon Hunter versus the Weapon Rogue. Seen this go a couple ways, right?
Yep.
Viper makes a big difference in the matchup. Glide can sometimes be good.
Yeah, we've seen it all. I've heard different opinions on it as well. I think Demon Hunter is largely supposed to be favoured, but feels like nobody's comfortable with their assessments, or not many people are comfortable with their assessments of what's going on in this one. Because, like you said, Viper and Glide, they make such a huge difference depending whether they come out or not. And that could lead to you feeling a matchup is better or worse depending if you have a run of those or not a run of those. What do you think, TJ?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, there's the health gain as well, yeah. No weapon, though. We all know what that means. Gonna draw it.
Secret Passage either. No Hands actually, he's got a pretty decent opening hand. Ooh! Get me. I've seen Pascoa play Weapon Rogue enough times that this is a win. This is right where Pascoa wants him. This is the... Pascoa's looking at this hand like, I can make this work.
Yeah. Dagger, prep, Silverleaf, draw the weapon. Attack face, draw another Silverleaf, weapon, prep, Silverleaf, draw cards. It'll be fine.
This game, Pascoa's like, yeah, this game's over. He's already thinking about what he's going to eat for dinner.
Mm-hmm. Drucky Warblades, usually.
Okay, do you go for the Spectral Sight? Nope.
I don't think you need to.
Wait for next turn. You get guaranteed quest completion next turn with the Spectral Sight plus Chaos Strike. Nicely done by NoHandsGamer. He's given a little bit of a Viper check as well. Viper check.
Yeah. You got one? Be fair, Pascoa would just be playing it now because he's got nothing else to do. Excuse me. There it is. Told you how this would go down.
Nailed it.
Gank on 3.
And then, like, all of a sudden, this hand starts to look really good. Yeah, because it has a Shank, 2 poisons, and a cutting class. Ignore the other cards.
Yep, got to be careful not to get glid. That's the danger here. So we might see some weirdness here to avoid that.
Probably coin Paralytic. Because if it gets ooze, you still have deadly poison.
Yep.
And you're not attacking anyway. Oh, yes.
Yay.
So good.
No hands. This is nice as well, obviously. Can't fight if you haven't done your quest. Or you get grounded. Any quests for the day, kids? Nope, well, you can't go out and fight then, sorry.
That's what the kids like to do. They just go out and they just fight.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what my kids do. Like, as soon as they wake up in the morning, the first thing they do is they, like, run to the playroom and then just start punching each other.
They can do their quest.
They're laughing while they're doing it. I went out during my break. They have, like, this little tiny, like, couch that kind of rolls into the bed that's on the floor.
Okay.
And my older son's 3, my younger son's, like, almost 2. They're, like, a year and a half difference. And he was just, like, sitting on his head. And I was like, walking by, I was like, be nice to your brother. They were laughing, both laughing. Be nice to your brother. Then I came back. They were on the same couch. Somehow my oldest son had found a toy stethoscope and was like listening to his arm. Like, had the stethoscope on his arm, like, make sure it was okay. So it was like he was, like, purposely hurting him so that he could give him a checkup.
Oh, I see. So he was doing his quests before the fight, really? Or he was doing the quests after the fight, but yeah. That's really funny.
Yeah.
Those kids sound great.
Yeah, they are.
Meanwhile, Pascoa has started to reverse this a little bit. He did get the Viper to eat the weapon. He's picked up some damage for his own weapon. He's got a Silver Leaf Poison to make some more cards happen if he wants to. And he can start stabbing face if he wants to empty his hand. Poison, stab, poison.
I don't think he needs to really empty his hand. I think he garrote, maybe?
Yeah, that's better. That's better. That's better.
Yeah, and at this point, I don't even know if you're too worried about Glide, because at No Hands glides, he's completed 2 portions of his quest. So, like, he's not discounting anything. Sure, he's hitting Kurtrus, but you're not really worried about Kurtrus, because if your opponent spends most of their turn just playing a 7/7, you're like, fine. You're just getting
I'll hit
more
you.
worried about, like, big bursts of healing, I feel. So, yeah, I just want to get in there. This garrote, Silver Leaf. This is everything. This is, like, all the poisons except for 1, all the damage. Oh, man. See, I told you.
Yeah, he called it right at the start. It's just sort of hand he loves.
Yep.
In this game of Glide and Seek.
Lions has the Kurtrus.
That would put him to 18, which is just enough. Right, the weapon's on 7, I believe.
Yep.
7.
It's gonna make these demons much bigger. Is he gonna Fell Barrage? Oh, he's gonna Talented Arc and Spell Screen Blast, I think. Yeah, heal for 9. Yep.
Yeah,
Art.
that works.
Well done.
For now. Would have been lethal. I mean, it wouldn't, because he was never going to do that, but yeah, would have been lethal. It's just irritating having the 6/1 lurking around. He kind of needs to deal with it in case he dies himself.
No card draw. Uh-oh.
So if he doesn't point face with one of these stabs to kill the 6/1, then he hasn't got lethal in hand anymore.
This is a difficult
really
situation, actually. I don't know what to do.
Buys you a lot of time if you kill the 6/1, but then it takes the lethal out of your hand, and you've got no card draw, other than the one swing, I guess. Yeah, he doesn't like it, he's shaking his head, but factoring in how many card draws you're likely to draw, how much damage you're likely to draw, I think this makes sense. I'm always going to say that because if Pascoa does it, it probably is correct, but yeah. It's some tough choices in this game.
Yeah, looking for Viper. No Viper. No Viper. No Viper.
Meanwhile, if there's no healing, Pascoa needs 4 damage extra next turn, I think.
Yeah, with 4 bleeds in the deck.
Yeah. That's a big deal.
What are those? Okay, time to launch damage.
Yep.
Force the cloak. That will be a lethal setup with Jace next turn.
Oh, Cloak's another out, of course, yeah. So there's plenty of outs for this game to either continue or end right now. Get to the business end, TJ. What's it going to be?
That's only 1 damage. Has 1 draw. So he has 8, 12, 15. Still, it doesn't change any breakpoints.
It means he's got to poison first for a bleed, right? No.
No, it doesn't change any.
Counted that already. Yeah, okay. It goes to 15, so it changes nothing. There's no.
Oh no, it gives him a
double
Sinister
bleed.
Strike. Sinister Strike out. Yeah, it changed. It if he goes for it and hits Sinister Strike, it's lethal with Sinister Strike. So he's gonna do it. Yep. So Sinister Strike, 2 bleeds.
Or redraws.
Swindle.
Oh, there's a bleed.
Bleed, 1 bleed. Passage.
Passage into prep bleed, prep something.
Another happy guilty.
Bleed, he got it!
On the tradable.
Oh, that was close. I thought he was he miscounted for a second. It was just about to start throwing his spells at face. But then he caught himself. Caught himself at the very end and said, "Oh my gosh, I need 1 more bleed." Nailed it. And that seems to be like the Pascoa special, though. Right when you think he's done, he pulls it out of the bag. And a big win. Unfortunate for NoHandsGamer, because that means that's the end of the road for NoHandsGamer. He will end with 4 points, which means he's out of a top 8. No playoffs for him. And so it's a shame, because I felt like he played that match exceptionally well. Did everything that he could. The only missed opportunity was the Bog Beam, right? Where he went a little too slow. But his mind was in the right place. And he's going to be kicking himself for that one, because there was a chance that he wins that, you know? A small chance, but a chance that he does. But at the end there, Pascoa, once again, always calculating his outs, playing around Glide the entire way through. Even at the very end there, just maximizing odds in order to get lethal, going with the tradable instead of the secret passage, knowing that he didn't have time to look in the secret passage, knowing that the secret passage probably wouldn't have even found him lethal because he didn't know how much damage he was going to find. So just really well done. And there you have it. Top 4, GamerRvg versus Pun, and then DimitriKazov versus Pascoa. 3 of the new Grandmasters in the top 4.
Yeah.
Plus 1 that's not new, but he hasn't been around that long.
Yeah, it's basically 4 new Grandmasters as far as I'm concerned. Dimitri still counts as new enough. Do want to say a little bit more about No Hands. I feel fairly sad that he's not going to get at least from this route into Worlds, because not even so much from this season, but from the season where he destroyed everybody 2 seasons ago and then just didn't get there in the playoffs. Like he won with a huge number of points, 21, 22 points in a 7-week season, and never really got the benefits from that huge season. So going to be, as with everybody, but particularly No Hands, ashamed to see him go. But also, I think he's one of those players that we joke about it a bit, but I think he's genuinely a player that might just turn up and win a Masters Tour. He's quite high variance player. He has good lineups and bad lineups rather than a series of mediocre ones. He's absolutely the sort of person who might just pop up, win a Masters Tour, qualify for last call, go to Worlds, qualify for seasonals, go to Worlds. We will probably see him again at some point soon.
I hope so. I certainly hope so. Has brought a lot. Has brought a lot to Grandmasters, especially with his work ethic, and showing that he can, turn just an opportunity to play in Grandmasters into something much bigger, which has been cool along the way. Couple quick storylines before we head off. DimitriKazov and Pascoa now tied at 7 points. Play each other in the semifinals tomorrow. Whoever wins that will be guaranteed 2nd seed. So there's guaranteed to be one player with 8 points, and it would be whoever wins that semifinal, and they would get that bye. So a big one there. Then we have a whole jumble of players at 5 points going into tomorrow. We have a lot of players that ended at 5 points. McBanterFace, Dreadeye, Monsanto, Nalgidon, all ended at 5 points. Pun is going into the day with 5 points. GamerRvg going into the day with 6 points. There's a lot up for grabs tomorrow. The standings could shift a lot depending on who wins that first semifinals. Lot to pay attention to, but we'll have those updated stuff tomorrow as we get into it. But Neil, we've reached that point in the day where it's time for us to leave, and so it's my opportunity to ask you, any last words?
I was gonna, but we've had a long day. We've had 19 games of Hearthstone today, plus some issues, plus some other stuff. So I'm gonna keep it short and say, wait till tomorrow. Just you wait till tomorrow.
Oh, Joe, I'm waiting. Oh, I can't wait. All right. Well, we are done for today. APAC's going to return in about 9 hours. Rougher take, roughly, give or take.
Time changes things as well, so it might be like 8.
Ooh, time changes things. Nope, we're jumping back. So it's going to return in about 8 hours since we're losing an hour. Right, spring forward. Yeah, we're losing an hour. So
you're losing an hour. I keep my hour.
Okay.
Get.
No, Neil, you're an American.
I am.
We're losing an hour.
All right. Gone. That is gone.
Yep. Yep. We're losing an hour. And then, of course, we'll return at noon Pacific or 3 p.m. Eastern for the final day of our final America's Grandmasters regular season. So for myself and the entire broadcast crew here, and of course, Neil, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Hearthstone action.
Fist bump and he did it! Oh my gosh.
72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Where is cards green? Right for where is cards green? He got there! Oh. Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Labby with a pop-off. Well deserved. He stays in for another series.